Am I like in the wrong spot? No, I guess I'm in the right spot. Yo, what it do, Trev? What's good, Rufay? How we doing, Mohammed? What up, Himbo? How you doing? What up, 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 Okay, it is coming through my speakers. Are there big minion changes? There are. There are two. Reanimation is now a larger damage multiplier, meaning we can finally replace the grandfather. And Raise Skeleton also grants a larger damage bonus. Reanimation. Yeah, baby. This used to be a 45. It now goes all the way up to 60. So we can finally get a 2.2 on our weapon. Viable build to play skeleton mages with Mendel and aspect of service. Wouldn't it be viable? Yes, it is viable. It's just service and sacrifice still kind of sucks. But the base minion build is mages with Mendel. That is like the best minion build. Service and sacrifice is just bad because it kills your warriors continuously. Do you think slightly increasing minion count? I do not personally understand the fascination with needing to have more than 13. What? 5, 8, 14. I do not personally understand the fascination with wanting to have more than 14 minions. Or 15 minions. Adding more minions would increase the damage of minions. I just don't know who's legitimately asking for that and also understands the damage output of minions as if they don't work or are broken or are non-viable, and this would fix it. They are viable. They're clearing pit tier 100 before the buffs. We don't need to have more. Notes only say Flesh Reaper was touched. Flesh Reaper is the Varshan build. Flesh Reaper is the entire reason why it works. Oh wait, were you talking about bone mages, Rufe? Bone mages are not viable as a build around. No. Them casting Bone Spear doesn't interact with Mendel. All of your mages are skeleton mages. Bone mages in particular are the ones that cast Bone Spear. And to make them do the most damage possible, you would build into Bone Spear, which is not building into minions, hence why it sucks. You're testing 12 Masteries Blade of Zir. I would highly recommend watching the video above your head just to save you some time. We have to do a little bit of testing here. Y'all have to help me do some testing. We need to collect some data. The Varshan build trash now? I literally just started stream, so I don't know how I would answer that for you just yet. My best estimation is it probably is now not as powerful. But I don't really care about that, if I'm being honest with you. I'm going to test minions, and then I'll test Varshan later. But my best bet is that they changed it significantly, if I had to guess. I think I saw in chat that it has been changed. Boop. Varshan. No, it would be Flesh Reapers. Reduce the frequency at which the main boss power will activate in extreme situations. This can still be very good. Let's see. How would I test that explicitly? Go grab a big pack of monsters, see how high the tick gets up to. All right. Yeah. But yeah. Question would be, so here is the data I was collecting last night. Because I've wanted to be able to answer this question for a very long time. Here are some fun facts for you all. Bone Golem, with 100% attack speed in cap 1, will attack nearly 2 times per second. Bone Golem at 151% attack speed in total reaches a cap of 2.3 attacks per second. Apparently your skeleton warriors and your golem have a max attack speed of 2.3 times per second. Bringing your golem all the way up to 200% attack speed does not increase the attacks per second. So then the question becomes, how fast can you make a blood golem attack? Blood golem, on the same setup with 151% attack speed, attacks slower than a bone golem at 100 attack speed. And in fact, a blood golem at 200% attack speed attacks slower than a bone golem at 100% attack speed. But you can make a blood golem reach attack speed cap with 200% attack speed, but with a wand and a focus. How's the minion update? We are just starting. Aaron, thank you for the follow. Is crit overpower good for minions with cult or without? Maybe with bone prison, pool of blight for guaranteed overpower? I'm confused by the question. You cannot guarantee overpower on your minions 100% of the time. You can use Zanrune to make their auto attacks overpower, but not Mendeln. I think that is bugged. What up, Cal? Sigilith, thank you very much for the follow. Do you have a planner for minions? I do. It's in my Discord. Discord's in the description. How are we doing, Morton? Yeah, I keep all of my personal build planners in my Discord. Oop, right here under build guides. Boop, boop, boop. It's right there for you. Go snag that. Mention how long the Mother's Blessing lasts because it was not mentioned. I have no idea. I never pay attention to that. A raven in some towns? What do you mean raven in some towns? This thing? Oh, they just added a raven to... Is it at each town? How is the golem version compared to Maxwell version? Strictly weaker, but just as viable. Was it a buff to minions? It was a buff to minions. Oh, it's not at every... Is it only at... How is golem weaker? It does less damage. Because sacrificing the golem is a very large damage multiplier for your minions. It takes up another skill slot, so you can't run a different skill. Alright, they added ravens to major towns. I like that. But why would that be a bug? It's just they didn't put in the patch notes for some reason? Sorry, I was reading a thing. Cool. What do the ravens do? You can turn in your whispers at them. Ah. Sorry, hold on. This, like, wasn't in these patch notes, right? They just weren't. Zeno, thank you very much for the new sub. Welcome on in. Enjoy your free head. Sorry, hold on. Boop. I have to entice you all to spend money on me. As such, here you go. Thank you so much, Zeno. Welcome on in. Trying to get minion build to work this season. Been successful up to pit 90, but hitting wall. Hoping this update brings something fresh to the meta for minion build. It's not going to bring something fresh to the... Well, it kind of will, right? In that we're going to swap out to a legendary weapon instead of Grandfather. Big side still sucks. Is there a link to the proper minion build? It's in my Discord. Yep. Maybe focus on Necro, but could you give examples for the Varshan boss trick combinations if no base skills used? They have fundamentally changed Flesh Reapers, so you're not really going to do the Varshan boss power combo. Why Fist of Fate minions just for the multiply of the aspect grants? Lucky hit chance. Be able to proc Zan and Cax more quickly. But this is what we're testing really quickly, so I can get to a theorycraft basis where I know exactly how to get Blood Golem up to minimum attack speed frames, so we can enjoy the 50% bonus on Golem. The only issue being that it would take up an aspect slot almost certainly, depending on the attack speed required, and that means we would, excuse me, It would still be worse than just running Bone Golem, but we got to figure it out. Doomer, thank you so much for the 22 months. Thank you, thank you. Elixir is cap 1. What about Variana's? Oh, Variana's is cap 1. Right. All right, let's see. So what we gotta do? Boop, 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 boop. Corporeal Glyph and Fell Gluttony and Mend Down. Where the physical damage scaling worth the effort. Can't get Golem to hit higher than 40 billion. Can you help me to better understand what things are being ignored for this combination? You really don't need Corporeal Glyph. You have Amplify. Corporeal is not stronger than any alternative, and it would minimize the damage from your Shadow Mages for no reason. Mendeln doesn't trigger on Fell Gluttony. Those are two separate things. That Barb minions are better than our minions. They're actually not better than our minions. Earthquake is better than minions. You're to Diablo and I think I love you. I appreciate that. You definitely don't love me. You don't know me, but you might appreciate the work that I do. And I can appreciate that you appreciate the work. You say they nerfed the Varshan build with the Blight with the patch. They didn't nerf. They changed the functionality of Flesh Reapers, and it has some kind of ICD now, which we'll be testing out. Blight will continue to use Varshans just because Varshans is very powerful, but you won't see builds abusing this, but we need to see what it looks like. Inashta, thank you very much for the follow. So let's get rid of this. Make this anything else, sure. And let's go see what attack speed we get up to with just Torasks. Because if we could get there with the boss power, then we're not losing out on an aspect to be able to figure out attack speed. Any thoughts on moving 1 point into Blood Mist on the minion build? I don't know why you would need Blood Mist when the Golem activation grants you Unstoppable. Is Zir Sword any good? It's good for Army of the Dead, very specifically maximizing that damage, which is not a minion build. You like it? Then sure, put a point into it and use it. Take a point out of one of the passives that doesn't grant damage. I don't know Margot Robbie either, but I love her. So again, you can't love this person. You do not know them. Love is a bond that you create with another human being or another thing. You may appreciate them. You may value something about them. Am I doing a Golemancer build, only Golem? I don't know why the word real is applied to that, but no, you wouldn't use only a Golem. It would be bad. Sacrificing your other minions wouldn't really accomplish anything for a Golem build. Arguably, you would gain a vulnerable damage multiplier, but the amount of damage that you get out of the mages themselves, one, is just good, but also two, rivals that damage multiplier. What are my thoughts on Vex Rune? It is a rune which increases the skill ranks of your active skills. I don't have thoughts on it. I can give you some insight into whether or not it would be more powerful than an alternative, depending on a build. I don't do well with generalized questions that are contextless, just for general general understanding of how I can be helpful to you. Got the new max rank reanimation on first drop. Nice, GG. Unique that sacrifices the golem and gives you another golem. I like the idea of Army of the Dead letting you jump into your golem like a mech suit and then ride it around. Better than others recommended from my Necro build guides. Do I think that Vex is better in my builds than the ones that I recommend? No, else I would be using it. Typically, depending on the skill, gaining more skill ranks, while powerful, is not the most powerful outcome. Think about Cax. +4 skill ranks will not double your damage. It'll probably be something around the lines of like 20 to 30% increased damage, maybe 40% increased damage, depending on whether or not we're talking about an ultimate skill where you can't get skill ranks from other items. But Cax rune doubles your damage. Even if it only has 50% uptime, that means that it's giving you on average 50% damage multiplication, which is better than the numbers that I said. So I would never be using a suboptimal option if I thought there was a more optimal option. Army of the Dead with only Golem could be a very cool concept. It could be. It's kind of funny, Army of the Dead, but you only have one minion. I don't think that'll ever really happen. I'm not fully done, but saw this drop tiers. Is it not viable now? Dropping tiers is a comparison of how powerful it is in comparison to other builds. Viability is whether or not you can do things with it. You can do all things with it. Its place in a tier list doesn't inform or define viability. It's just comparative strength. We don't have build guides for non-viable builds on max roll. That's why we took down Soul Rift, because Soul Rift realistically is a non-viable build. You can do some things with Soul Rift right now, but I would not recommend them. But if a build stopped being viable, we wouldn't recommend it or tell you how to play it. Viability would mean that it could not do content in the game. And even C-tier builds are average expected outcome for content in the game, as opposed to B and A tiers, which are above average or exceptional. Have a focus button for minions? We need a focus button for minions in Season 9 is what we need. Why would I not recommend Soul Rift? Why would I not recommend Soul Rift? Because outside of the boss powers, they took away its ability to do damage. And it is strictly worse and harder to set up than the alternatives. So, boop. Let's do this test. Oh. Let's do this test. This will be right. So, you subscribe to a bad content creator. Whoa! You're a real one. Attack speed is showing bonus between both caps. What? Doug, thank you so much for the new sub. Welcome on in. Enjoy your emotes. Enjoy your no ads. That's crazy. Huh. I wonder if it's accurate. Yo, it is. Oh, wow. Huh. Very cool. Cam Peters, thank you so much for the new sub. Welcome in. How we doing, Doc? Resistance is 13. That doesn't matter. Don't look at that. What's the changes for Necro in this patch? Minions are stronger.
So,
Sangrivore gained more additive damage. Do you plan to use Blood Moon Breaches? Yes.
you subscribe to a bad content creator.
And Westgear, thank you very much for the new sub as well. Welcome on in.
You're
enjoy
a
your
real
emotes,
one.
enjoy your no ads. Catch up on the signs when I get back. All right, more and be good. Okay, so that's awesome. Yeah, okay. So now we can do our analysis here. This is going to be super fun. Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to count frames, and I'm going to put those numbers in here, and we're going to get a frame total at the end. And then nobody else is going to care about this but me. Okay, on frame 1237, just to show you, I automated all the calculations, which is pretty cool. Although it's not going to make sense until I get down to the last value because it's subtracting this one from this. Uh, 1528. 1528. See? This took 171 frames to proc a single Mendel, meaning 6 attacks. 171 frames, unless it's like a very weird delay like up here, is going to put us somewhere between these two numbers. So it's going to put us somewhere around like, what, 170, somewhere in this range, depending on what it looks like. Will put us at the 1.86 mark. But we'll get more data. Oh yeah, we have the weird left hit only. This is why Blood Golem actually sucks. So right here. Sometimes, yeah, see, this was 200 frames in between each attack. And that's not just like variance in frame count that's normal. This is because there's an AI decision. Sorry, you can't see behind my head. There's an AI decision made between each attack to attack again. And there are two combinations of attacks that the Blood Golem does in particular. It does a 1-2 punch, and then sometimes it only swings with its left hand, and then it only swings with its left hand, but it takes the same amount of time as doing the 1-2 punch. The issue here being that Mendeln ticks up per attack, not per combination. So if they do a 1-2 punch, that's 2 attacks. If they do a 1 punch, that's 1 attack. So if they were to only do 1 punch each time, they would take 6 of those total time intervals to get a Mendeln proc. This is something that the Blood Golem experiences, and the Iron Golem also experiences this weird delay and bad combination of attacks. This is without Frenzied Dead. The frame that the damage occurs is the one that we're looking at. There is a very slight delay in when the last attack occurs and then when the Mendeln procs. That's consistent. I don't understand why that happens. Yeah, this is going to be bad. 228 frames. Hey, Zeus Christo. Two, three, 1, 2, 3, and a little bit more. 1, 2, 3, and a little bit more. Oh, wait, what was that? There we go. 26, 29, 3 and a little bit more. Yeah, this is bad. We're getting a lot of 1 attack frames in here. You hope that with enough data points, you will get... And sorry, I can't see chat right now because I have to have 2 different windows open. So if you're asking questions, I'm not ignoring you in particular. Damn, dude, that's so bad. Yeah, dude, if you get enough 1 attack. See that? See that? Fucking 1 attack. Where you kind of gain some time between This is so bad. And here, yeah. Oop. Oop. So bad. Excuse me. Thank you very much for the follow, by the way. I'll look at that in just a second. So, pretty bad. So this will probably need Frenzy Dead to hit the cap. But yeah, there's a cap on attack speed for your minions. And it's 2.3 attacks per second. And the Bone Golem reaches that on a two-handed axe at 151 attack speed. This is at 120 attack speed. And we are still slower than base Golem. Now that being said, we are actually like significantly faster. So in comparison, right? Like we're doing 1.685 divided by 1.321. Putting on Taurusks is a 27% damage multiplier for just your Blood Golem, because you go from attacking 1.3 times per second to nearly 1.7 times per second. What up, Hansa? And Omega, thank you so much for the follow. Toxic, thank you so much for the new sub as well. Welcome on in. Enjoy your... No ads, enjoy your emotes. Yep, Daniel. Don't have to go down to the tree anymore. The Raven update is huge. The Raven update alone is like exciting enough. This, huh. Arshan boss power get patched? It did, yes. What are we working on today? Minions. Minions, minions, minions. What Raven update? They added ravens to all the major cities, so you don't have to go back to the Tree of Whispers. So here we do Frenzy Dead. What up, Bakey? Chili's baby back ribs lover and Fossum, thank you for the follow. And Scorpion. Started following you because I like your Bone Spear build. Nice. Thanks, Bunny Hop. Glad you enjoy it. Is there any other way? Did the vulnerable boss power damage over time stacking get patched? It did. Hi, Lord Connor. Thank you so much for the follow. Vashon power got patched. You're using on Bone Spear? I would not use it on Bone Spear. Using it on Bone Spear is a very bad idea. So luckily, you should not actually be negatively impacted, because using that on Bone Spear was no bueno. King Lil, thank you so much for the 11 months, boo-boo. We're almost at a year. Be comparable to Blight, or should I just switch to Blight? Minions is stronger than Blight, and has been already. If I equip the body armor that shoots out bone spirits, I would pick up blood orbs. Do spirits scale up my ranks to bone spirit? Yes. But the thing is, they won't do any damage because it scales. It has a 2x multi. Your bone spirit typically gets something like 9 times damage bonus just from having maximum essence. So your bone spirits will be doing basically 1/10 of the damage they could be doing, and also don't benefit from the majority of stuff, and also cannot overpower. Blood Arson's Curus is strictly unusably bad dead. Like, not worth it to even try. Terribly bad. Not reanimation. Frenzied Dead. So now let's see what it looks like with Frenzied Dead. And then we'll see if we can swap over to a sword to regain some of our damage. And then we'll crunch some numbers for math. Spirit Wave build is dead. Oh, it's been dead for a bit, yeah. All right, now let's look at this. See when it just does one attack with just its left hand? Terrible. MacroBioBoi and Kuryu, thank you so much for the follows. Break down how the damage on Mendel works. How does that 6k damage scale up to be the main damage in the build? So, all unique items that have a flat damage number on it is actually scaling off of your weapon. You'll notice that the number changes if you put on a different weapon. Mendel does something like 1200% weapon damage. Think about it like a skill. Go look at any other skill and see what percentage damage it does. Also understand that your like base damage of your skeletons is something like 20% weapon damage. And I think Golem is like 40 or 50% weapon damage. I forget what the number is. But Mendeln is like a factor of 100 times stronger than a basic minion attack. So even if it only occurs once every 6 attacks, you just take that number and divide it by 6 to figure out how much more damage it is per attack than the base attack. Every video about Blight came here, saw minions, been playing Minion Barb. Do you happen to know if Necro Minions is more fun? Fun meaning less button spam. Necro Minions is our highest APM build to play optimally. It is also our lowest APM build to play suboptimally. So it depends on what you're trying to accomplish with it. That gives 30% vulnerable damage on Bone Spear, but the Bone Splinter from triggers consumption when you use it. Yep, I include that in my video. Play Bone Spear in Season 1 2. Does Bone Storm with Shield Unique no longer synergize with Bone Spears? It still does, but it's bad. They synergize, sure. But Bone Spear is an overpower build that just crits to get the base multi and to trigger Essence, as well as benefit from your Golem sacrifice. But you are scaling overpower damage on the build. So running it as you can run it as a crit build with Lidless Wall. You can, it just would be suboptimal. They fixed the Blood Golem attack speed bug you found the day before the season started. It's not so much a bug, it's just more so the outcome of it's more so just how it works, and that being less damage output. So it's not about fixing that, it would be about changing the functionality. And no, that has not occurred. But we should not call things bugs when they are just the outcome of how a thing works, because then people misrepresent and misunderstand when things are changed. Like, people are saying they have nerfed Flesh Reapers. Other people called Flesh Reapers an exploit or a bug. None of these are true. It's just how it functioned, and now it functions differently. That has a reduction in power, but it's not like a bug or an exploit. It's just how that thing worked. The reason why it's so important to be very precise with our language here is because people tend to use language in very ambiguous ways and then think they're all talking the same language when they are not. And it's very easy for me to say this bug is ruining the game versus this unexpected outcome from a change is ruining the game. One is, oh my god, the QA team sucks, they couldn't find this thing. And one is, oh, this was more powerful than the devs thought after we got our hands on it. These are like two wildly different narratives, right? So it's just really, really, really important to properly identify things. Okay, pretty good frames thus far. Also, Burger Boy, thank you for the follow right there. Let me hit it from the back. Let me arch my back. In Kuryu-kun. See, this is the wild part. Like, here are the frame differences. 161 for 6 attacks, 159 for 6 attacks, 157 for 6 attacks. Because the golem chose to do one left-hand attack a few times, 230 frames. A full second slower. Like, it's absolutely insane. Time to test the Belial power? Yeah, test it. You're probably not best in slot anymore? It shouldn't be. Sad the Sanguivore sucks and is a sword should be a scythe? Yeah. How much worse is minions using Ring of Sacrifice? Roughly how much worse is minions? You will do half your damage. Probably more. You would do twice as much damage with an actual ring. And from you and the team? Yeah, no problem, Sean. No problem, Storm. Is the new Zir sword still crap? Ponyhoof made a video and got the impression it was okay. Army of the Dead is an okay build if you're willing to, like, drive yourself insane consuming 20 corpses every 7 seconds and accept the fact that you are sacrificing all but a single set of your minions and it's not actually a minion build. Sure. Sanguivore is the best sword in the game for Army of the Dead focused build that only does damage with Army of the Dead. It is a horrible weapon for a minion build, even on GA 3 out of 3 masterwork crit on masteries. Do wolves count towards Kalan's Edict? No, they're not minions. They are summons. Yeah, if it was a scythe, people might think it's a minion build weapon. You're not wrong. Yeah, it wasn't a minion build weapon when they first put it out. It doesn't increase minion damage. It's bad for a minion build. I wish they didn't sell it as a minion sword. It's like a fundamental misunderstanding of the relationship between only being able to scale a single skill's damage in this game. Because the affix skill deals double damage exists, and not only that, most things only work for one skill versus another skill. So you really can't hybridize and hope to accomplish much other than like farming easy content in Torment 4. If all you want to do is farm easy content in Torment 4, that's perfectly fine. But then people think that a thing is good, and then they have a negative outcome when they try to do hard things with it. They go, isn't this good? And I go, it's not good. Hence why I said it wasn't good. Okay, so very interesting. $151 attack speed gets you up to 2 attacks per second, which is more than base for a golem, except that would actually get you up to 2.3. But the difference between 2.3 is only a 12% damage loss. That's only 13% more damage, but Blood Golem on this setup also has a 50% damage multiplier. So you're gaining 32% damage on your golem by running it this way. The only issue is that you're losing out on... Actually, what's the difference between... Let it sweat me out of my perm. Oh, I'm looking at a very old sheet. I was like, what am I looking at? Average on a 2-handed mace is 662. And average on a dagger focus, 496. Ugh. So you're doing less damage. And you would have to give up an aspect. Yeah, I would go with the speed farm variant, Jethro. By a legendary, yes, Dread. What up, Alicia? Sork and Necro are the top classes right now? I believe so. A lot of reasons I follow, but one of them is a long rant you did a while back about the movie watchers and all the enjoyment it brought you. What was that? What was that, Jason? All the gear I've grinded for on my Sork and Spirit are absolutely pointless. What do you mean they're absolutely pointless? How are they pointless? Paragon notes for minion armor res do anything for my minions if they're already inherited max from you? Nope, they're useless. That's why we don't get them. Would you go Mage's minions build or Golem minion build? Mage's is strictly better at everything other than speed farming. Noob, thank you so much for the follow. And Lala Dude, thank you for the follow. It has other boss powers than Maxwell Guide. Which one should you go for? The ones that I recommend on the build guide. If you're using my build guide. If you're using a different build guide, you should use those boss powers. Can you do tier 80 above pits as Mini Necro? Mini Necro already could do pit tier 100, and now we'll be able to do probably like 101 or 102. Is there any reason to go further? This already kind of proves that you would never use Blood Golem. Oh yeah, if you're trying to do Indarial or Harbinger, I just wouldn't use minions at all. But if you are going to do them, use Golem. Mini builds looking now. They were already very good, and now they're slightly stronger. But we're going to see how much stronger. And I said, I'm very bored to use only Blood Golem. Can you say that? You can say that. I don't know what it means. Trying to put together for fun and thematic reasons combination of minion, Golem with Sever using Reaping Lotus. Reference Sever and Blade builds as well. Some Maxwell MOBA minion builds to piece together something worthy. And always best, especially when so I'm hoping something with this update will bring a bit more damage. It won't. Well, I mean, like, it technically does. Like, Ray's skeleton is stronger now, so your minions will do slightly more damage. But there is no overlap between Sever and minions that matters. That doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. Every minion build with Golem, use only Blood Golem. I'm bored about this. Iron Golem is a joke. Build should be using Bone Golem. It's just better. Is the Fate good for minions? I sure think so. What Necro build would you suggest to farm XP Paragon? Just changed to Blood Spear, but it feels slow. You should be doing pits very quickly on Blood Spear. You should be doing them exceptionally fast. Blood Golem gets 50% damage, though? It does. It just also attacks at half the speed of Bone Golem. That's the whole point of this data that you're looking at right here. Bone Golem on a slow two-handed weapon. On a slow two-handed weapon. Only reaching cap 1 for attack speed. Reaches cap 1 and attacks at 1.9 attacks per second. Nearly 2 attacks per second, which is very slightly under the max cap for minions. Blood Golem, with Frenzied Dead on, attacks at 1.3 attacks per second. So about 40% slower than Bone Golem does without needing an aspect. So Bone Golem attacks 50% faster in total. And you get to use an aspect slot instead of Frenzied Dead. It's just strictly better than Blood Golem. Unless the thing that you're doing is only Golem activation, which is a very different set of parameters. Do I have a mini build? Yep. It's in my Discord. Exclamation point Discord. Instead of scaling one skill, we scaled all summons damage for a sword minion hybrid build. How much would we be losing out on? I'm not sure what that question means, Walker. What is the hybrid? You don't, well, that's just it, Dread. You don't want to use Frenzied Dead. Like, you don't want to use Frenzied Dead because most of your minions are already at attack cap at 100% or close to it. Been using Blood Spear. It's been great with damage, but horrible on staying alive. I'm 205. Any tips going forward with survivability? You should watch my video where I break down all of the issues that people have with Blood Spear and the ways to solve them. I would highly recommend watching that. It's called like Master Blood Spear Necromancer. It's like 3 or 4 videos ago. What is the retire folder on your browser? None of your damn business. Weird thing to ask about. Blade Varshan got nerfed. It got changed, so it will trigger less often. Reanimation at cult, but I lose a cult when I put on Shroudfall's Dust. I can't tell which is better. I think it is bad for you to put multipliers on that only work for your minions when you could put on generic multipliers that work for you and your minions. So an example would be Grasping Veins. That works for you and your minions. Reanimation only works for your minions. The only thing that you could seek to do on this build while hybridizing is always take generic damage multipliers and generic damage sources, so at least they both get benefits from them. When update the builds? I'm confused by the question. More game time in Excel than in Diablo 4. Thank you to Suffer. No problem, man. Is Grandfather must for build? No, it's not. I don't know how to ask this, so bear with me. I get the impression that Bone Spear on its own is not dealing much damage. It does a ton of damage when Bone Prison is cast. It might be because Extra Spear is a cast. There's some other mechanic that causes this. Would you mind explaining further? Bone Spear will overpower 100% of the time if you hit a target in Bone Prison while you have the aspect Bone Dusters. It's the entire premise of the build, is to activate overpowering 100% of the time with the Bone Dusters aspect. That's why you always have to hit a target in a Bone Prison. That's why people think the build is clunky, because you don't do damage unless you're hitting a target in a Bone Prison. Because if you're not doing that, you're not overpowering 100% of the time. There's no other way to make it work good, you just have to do it. Is Blight Varshan still considered an S+ tier? It was never considered S+ tier. It's an A tier build. You're running Grasping Veins over Reanimation until you saw the 60%. That's still very bad. So Grasping Veins not only gets you crit chance, but also gets you a 50% damage multiplier for both the skills you're trying to do. A 60% multiplier for your weakest part of your build is a very poor decision to make if you're trying to have a hybrid build that actually does damage. No problem, Bunny. I forgot to add the link to the build on description in your last video. You forgot to add the link to the build. Forgot to add the link to the build. What build? What are we referring to? Think of Lord Zir's boss power. Lord Zir's boss power is the best lucky hit tool that we have. But you can only ever have 3 blood pools on the ground. You can't like continuously proc it. That boosts summon damage. GF and healing, so we buff minions and AoD and the souls at the same time for more damage. What do I think about that, Walker? It's bad. Trying to scale Army of the Dead and trying to scale minions doesn't really work, and here's why. Half of the things that scale minion damage specifically does not increase Army of the Dead damage. Cult Leader does not increase Army of the Dead damage. Kalan's Edict doesn't increase their damage either. So Army of the Dead will always be second class in a minion build, or your minions will always be second class in an Army of the Dead build. It's bad to do it if you're trying to play an optimal build. Dread, I gotta be honest with you, bud. I can't theorycraft the entirety of your hybrid build. You have to do the math yourself. I would recommend trying to do the math and then letting me know if you have trouble doing the math. But I'm not going to theorycraft your whole build for you. Not to be an asshole. You absolutely want to have Reaping Lotus on a 2-handed weapon if you're playing a Sever build. I would not be using a Grandfather on a Sever build, like, at all. I would be using a 2-handed Scythe or a 2-handed Mace with Reaping Lotus on it. Is there a Bone Prison size temper? Nope, you use Path of Trighoul. And that makes your Bone Prison larger. The planner. No, I understand the planner. What video and what build? I don't know what combination of things you were expecting to find a build guide in. Because my last video is about the fact that Sanguivore is bad. Minion Necro S tier? Nope, A tier. High A tier, though. What else do I need to test here? Kind of nothing. All right. It's just Bone Golem. Well, I'm done with these findings, at the very least. So, the answer is that we can't get Blood Golem to attack fast enough. Oh, I could do one more. Excuse me. I could do one more test, which would be Bone Golem at 120. Bone Golem at 120. Torusks. So back to this real quick. This. Torusks. And I have to go get rid of reanimation. Patch is live? Yep. Patch is live. They work now or not? Does what work now? Thing you don't like about grasping veins is that it only works on things that you've been hit by it. Yep. Yep. When we're talking about speed farming versus not speed farming, you have to have very different conversations about itemization. Trying to apply one to the other will not be optimal the majority of the time. So does Bone Golem at 120 attack speed reach max attack frame? That's what we need to see. If yes, then if yes, there's also a universe where we don't even need this much attack. Like we don't even need to be at 100% for cap 1. Any build recommendations after patch? Any build recommendations after patch? Minions are better. If that was something you were interested in playing. The patch only affected minions. And yeah, it only affected minions. Necromancer's still fine. Got a little more power ground still endgame. Necrominions clear pit tier 100. They are good in Torment 4. Breaking to me fast. The bug fixed? There was no bug. So I don't know what we're referring to, Dashik. What should we use instead? A legendary weapon. Legendary scythe. Well, I would probably go mace, but might see legendary scythe just because it gives consistent additive damage. But you are at the beginning of the testing where I'm going to be putting together the build. The boss interaction? Yeah, that wasn't a bug, but yes, it has been changed. It is now weaker, if you want to think about it that way. Barshan Blight better than regular Blight? I haven't played it yet. I'm working on minions. That's why you see me testing out a golem. I can only test so many things so quickly. Must have patience. I know patience on the internet is in short supply, but 1252. Hey, the vampire Valdent, thank you so much for the follow a little bit ago. Appreciate you. Welcome on in. 1756. Thing. Wow, when I was calculating this manually, it took so much longer. Glad I automated it. And Captain Nebdi, thank you very much for the follow as well. Man, I was so proud of myself when I added these follower notifications, which were just the different classes at the campfire in Diablo 2. I thought I was like hot shit. I was like, hell yeah, now I'm cool. Now everybody will think I'm famous. Oh, I'm an idiot. Rest in pepperonis. So this is actually dagger plus focus, which does not help me. So the two-hander is probably going to be fairly slow, I would assume. F me, dude. F me, dude. Rip. Effect of the dam only works for you or applies to minion shadow damage. It applies to minion shadow damage. A thing only... Everything that applies to Necromancer applies to everything the minions do. Everything that specifies minions only applies to minions. You deal... So think about your minions scale completely off of you. They are just like a skill you're using. Except there are things that say this skill does more damage. That is minion specific things. They completely unified all stats. Some interaction that I'm missing on Blood Wave. Occasionally when I cast it does virtually no damage. You didn't overpower, and you didn't pick up enough blood orbs to make it overpower. Any recommendations after patch? Minions are stronger if you wanted to test out minions. Orusks is not enough. Ooh. Ooh. What aspect will you be using on the two-hander in place of Grandfather? So we'll be able to fit in Great Feast and Reanimation and Grasping Veins. Using regular legendary over Grandfather now? Yep. You have a graphical decoder for the damage text? No, I just was manually calculating the frame count. Now I just wait till the damage instance comes up, put that frame count into my Excel, and it pumps out how many frames were between the two. There are graphical decoders, but I do not use them. Kneeberry, thank you very much for the follow. Of the haircut, thank you. I gave it to myself. Are we still running air in our helm slot? Yep. There would be no reason for that to change. It's the largest damage multiplier available in the game on a helmet for minions. About to watch your video, but I guess Sangovore still isn't up to scratch? Correct. T2, all 750s, correct aspects and affixes on Necro build. Most 8 masterwork. When do I switch to endgame build? You are far beyond an endgame build, honestly. Like, you are very far beyond when do I swap to an endgame build. Like, a leveling build wouldn't even really be masterworking its gear. Basic skills currently. Is there any source of tax-free breakpoints? Maxroll Guide only has the core skills. The answer is no. We only have what's available on Maxroll. Keep a closer eye on picking up blood orbs when you get on tonight. Yeah, no problem. Warlocks, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. All right, let's look at this data. Oop, 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 oop. Belial now works. Awesome. Thank you for that update. Yeah, so for people who are asking, so I could put in frame counts here. So it'd be like, 12 seconds, 0.34 versus 15 seconds, 0.24, and it'll pump out how many frames there were between these 2 points. And then it will auto-calculate down here once I fill in the last column. So I don't have to manually count the frames. I just have to input the second count. It's technically a frame count, but... Oop. Damage number appears. Frames are at 19 and 21. 19 seconds, 21 frames. Recorded at and spit out at 60 frames per second. So, whoa, right there, 22 seconds, 22 frames, 25:02. This is 27:48, 17:38. Right. Oh, no. 27:48. $17.38. Hey, I'm like, hey, what's up? Hello. There's no other way for us to get attack speed other than reap. All this testing might just come out to just get up to the 100% attack speed breakpoint, honestly. Which is already what I was recommending, but... you gotta prove it. You gotta prove what you say is true, else you can't believe it. And you also can't take what other people say is true. Which sucks. So it takes so much time to test things. So... Torusks gets us up to 2.1. So is that stronger than a different multi would be? So we would do... What up, DN? How you doing? Or a die. Thank you for the follow. And patch the Varson boss power? They did. It was stupid masterworking 750s? No, it's not that it's stupid. It's just that you aren't in a leveling build anymore. You are entering into the end game. You should be in Torment and getting ancestral items, but I was using item power 750 gloves on my pit tier 100 clear on Blood Spear, so... They nerfed everything, not sure on new builds, but Spiritborn is trash. They didn't nerf everything. What are you talking about? They did not nerf everything. I'm very confused by what you mean, Mr. Bojangles. They very specifically fixed Flesh Reaper, or rather changed Flesh Reaper to not proc as fast. They didn't nerf builds. That was a thing people started using over this weekend as a way of amplifying the damage a build could do. They like very specifically buffed builds. Didn't they just buff a bunch of things on Spiritborn? Buff. 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 If you just mean very specifically the Varshan power combination, yes, that's now weaker. That's not they nerfed everything, though. That's a very weird way of referring to it. On some of the questions, comments, why didn't I find your stream earlier? I'm not sure, Mr. Burn. Or I'm sorry, I am the Burn. I'm not too sure, but welcome in. Yeah. No, they Video game players are fucking wild creatures. Y'all found out about a combination of boss powers that made your build do more damage than your build would typically do. That we warned you all. This will absolutely get fixed because it is negatively impacting server stability. You used it. It made you stronger. They changed it like we said they would. Now you are back to the original strength you were. And the outcome from that is they nerfed everything. Hours and days of endlessly grinding for godly tier gear are pointless. I'm sorry, dog, but like, how the fuck is that your outcome? Like, sincerely, like, what a wild thing. I'm sorry you feel bad, but like, sure. Shadowblight was destroyed or not in the patch? If Shadowblight was destroyed, no. These are the only changes to the Necromancer. A lot of people have been asking, like, so here are the patch notes. Maybe this will help. Here are the patch notes. Here are the changes they made. You can always check out the patch notes. Also, holy shit. Hey. How are there 200 people here watching? Thank you. Jesus. That is insane. Thanks for hanging out. If y'all could like the stream, that would mean the world to me. It would really help me out. You prefer to avoid snapshot or glitch builds? Yeah, it's just not a glitch at all. It's just literally stronger than they intended. And now it will be more reasonably powerful. So what multis are available for? Obviously there is Beast Trainer. There is Vuln multi. What up, Storm? I dual stream on YouTube as well. Yeah. Pushing past 100 is unlikely. It already does 100, and they added more than a single pit tier worth of scaling of damage to the build. So it is very likely that it will do probably like 102 or maybe 103. Can I fit in Torusks? Help you tremendously through your gameplays. Yeah, no problem, Mobius. Thanks for hanging out. Testing Sanguivore? No, I don't need to test Sanguivore. I broke it down mathematically. You can check out the video that's posted above you. It's the best sword in the game for Army of the Dead. It is a terrible option on a minion build. Army of the Dead is not a minion build. Test more than the Diablo 4 devs? That's not true. I just sit in here and watch numbers go up. Sad for minions? No, minions is a great build. Sanguivore just isn't a minion build. It never was, it never will be. It just sucks that the devs try to sell it as one. And I understand why they did, it's just the sword was never built for minions. Why will lose 100% crit damage from Grandfather for 20% more from reanimation? I'm confused by this statement, Ivan. The Grandfather takes up an aspect slot. We have stronger aspects than it now, so we can replace it. It's just numbers bigger now. And also you can temper on things for a similar amount of additive damage, but the other benefit is lucky hit chance to be able to restore a resource, so you can run Cax Rune very easily. And then in addition to that, temper on for like mages hit twice. Minions much better now? Minions meaningfully better now. Yeah. Blizzard had the idea for a cool minion sword and also want something for AoD, and they combine them into one weapon and it just isn't very good. Yeah, sure. That's a reasonable takeaway. So you can run this to get... I guess I should also check... You know what? I should very specifically check a skeleton. That's what I should actually do. So that I can figure out whether or not this is good for everything. I do have to go to the bathroom though real quick. All right, I'll be right back. BRB, 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 BRB. Hold on. X hits twice makes men down trigger faster? It does not. No, actually. It's hilarious it doesn't. Reanimation boosts total damage. Grandfather only crit damage. Papa Big, that is incredibly incorrect. So, I have a whole video about how crit damage works, but just understand there are no multipliers that only increase a single type of damage. It just says if you crit, double your damage, not only increase your crit damage. That's a very common misconception, but get rid of that concept entirely. When you crit, all your damage is crit damage. When you overpower, all your damage is overpower damage. When you attack a vulnerable enemy, all of your damage is vulnerable damage. Varshan's power. Varshan's power was not touched at all. Flesh Reaper, the activator, has been given an internal cooldown. Other minions after patch, stronger. Two-handed sword with GA on int max life, but just a single GA on two-handed scythe before minions. What is the question, Daniel? That's a non sequitur. Non sequitur? Is that what that's that term, right? Non sequitur? Non sequitur. A conclusion or statement that does not logically follow from the previous argument or statement. Yes. I guess it's just an incomplete statement, but which would I go for? For what? On a minion build, I'm going to use the slowest weapon possible. But if I personally have a worse slow weapon than a faster weapon, I would use the faster weapon if it was better.
You subscribe to a bad content
But I can't
creator.
tell you whether or not which one would be better for your build or not, because I can't know the totality of your stats. And I don't want to do that analysis. Did they change something about minions in latest patch? They did. They made them stronger. Is there a sort of good choice now for minions? It isn't. There's a whole video right above you should watch. Vexecutioner. Thank you so much for the new tier 1. Welcome on in, friend. Enjoy your no ads. Enjoy your emotes. Welcome back. Thank you. What was I doing? Oh, looking at a warrior.
So,
made it from the back.
you subscribe to a bad content creator. You're a real one.
Okay, let's see. Zim, thank you so much for the prime. Welcome on in. Thank you for the new sub. Enjoy your free... Hey, everybody, if you sub, enjoy your free head. No problem, Sean. That was the hope. Because I know everybody's going to be like, man, this sword now has so much additive damage on it. That makes it good, right? And it's just like, because it's very difficult to understand just how unimpactful additive damage is.
You subscribe to a bad content creator.
Balazord, thank you so much for the new
You're
sub.
a real
Welcome
one.
on in. Enjoy your free head. All right. I'm at work theory crafting. Are minions viable now? Minions have been viable the whole time. They are now stronger. I just gave my husband. Very nice. Happen to play same class this year. He plays Bloodwave Necro. I play Bones Baron. Recommendations you have for us to better synergize? I mean, the only way that you would better synergize is just by running 2 Bloodspear Necromancers, kind of. One of you could swap over to like a much more speed farming build. Brain, do the words. One of you could swap over to a more speed farming focused build so that you would do better in Infernal Hordes, farming Nightmare Dungeons, and like open world content, like when you could swap over to Blood Surge or Blight. But you have a build that's kind of good at kind of speed farming a little bit, and you have a build that's really good at doing single target. Well, they're both really good at doing single target, so I wouldn't really worry about it too much. Just understand that, like, you're just not going to do great at Infernal Hordes unless you bolt swap over to speed farming versions of your builds, which will make you better. So I would recommend investigating those. We have them on max roll. Is it better to use a two-handed sword with updated aspect? Yep. Subbed a long time ago. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Test Fell Gluttony on AOD build. Did I test Fell Gluttony? No, I would not do that because it wouldn't be good. Because Army of the Dead is not good for minions. I would not try more things that are less good for minions. Fell Gluttony is very good for speed farming on a minion build when you use a golem. There's just like, there's no inroad to find a way to make Army of Dead the optimal ultimate skill for a minion build. So Sanguivore is just not for a minion build. Way to increase the bone prison size? Put on the unique boots Path of Trighoul. $13.17. Wow, the animation on the skirmisher's attack is actually like pretty sick. Just sweat me out of my perm. Oh no, there's a weird delay on some of these attack patterns. That sucks. Yeah, you can see that delay there. Damn, I wish these all didn't have weird delays on them. Yeah, that was so slow. That was 4 seconds. Bro. And that one was less than 3 seconds. Hate this game sometimes, honestly. $17.38. Okay, so Torusks. Oh no, but this is on two-hander. Oh, and I guess for all of these, it's two-handed axe. And here was also two-handed axe, right? No, it was not. This was Bone Golem. This is Bone Golem two-handed axe. Right? I have a two-handed axe on right now, right? Being a PC gamer, thank you, Shingoku. Yeah, it's my boy Tyler. Tyler tends to find a lot of the things that I do in video games interesting, and then tends to write articles with me in them. Shout outs to my boy Tyler. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Minions are and have been viable. Army of the Dead is not a main build. Sanguivore is not a minion sword. It buffs Army of the Dead. Perfect. How bad did they patch the boss power? I haven't tested it yet, but fairly significantly it seems like, because people are losing their shit. What is the primary mythic to get first? Shroud or Starless? Shroud is the best mythic in the game to get for every build. I'm going to update Bone Spare Necroguide. I guess Lord Zir's Blood Pool is out now. when am I going to update the max roll Bone Spear Necro Guide? I don't write that build guide, so never. Me personally, never. Hangry Valkyrie and Brownlee, thank you very much for the follow. Why would Lord Zir's blood pool be out now? Do I have any whimsical ideas for redesigning Army of the Dead to make it good for minions? Unify summoning and minion scalers so that they all work for things which have the summoning tag, as opposed to individual minions versus summoning. Give us ways to increase its duration, make it actually increase your minion damage. But why is blood pool out? Why are we saying that? 750 Mandel with max unique affects better than a 4J Mandel with mid-low unique affects? The answer is you have to do the math. There is not a single answer to that question. Typically, the damage on the aspect is the most important thing. Oh, Mother's Blessing is up. That's cool. Kangan, thank you so much for the new sub. Welcome on in. What boss powers do you recommend for Blight? They're in my build guide, Mixie. You can check it out there. The answer are Lord Zir's on primary, Cinerats, Harbingers, and Wandering Death's Execute, I believe. So that is Skirmisher from 120. I guess I have to see Skirmisher on Frenzied Dead. Got Long John Silva's ad? Yo, who's eating Long John Silva's? Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. So, hold on. All right, so they're already at 100%. So I can actually just be using this one to swap out Frenzied Dead for testing. We might have to put Frenzied Dead onto the build. I don't know. The answer is Shroud of False Death is the best mythic for every single build. So you should get that one first. Why does Chem-Rune indicate one use of evade? Because when you cast evade, you generate 75 offering. You need to generate 100 offering to be able to activate Teb. So you'd have to evade twice. This just tells you how much offering it will do when you trigger it. When you put them together, it tells you how many times you need to trigger one rune to trigger the other rune. Keeping LJS? I don't know what LJS is. It's driving me nuts that after the update, it's spamming the Belial revealed quest notification every single time you zone. Do you zone a lot? Actually, don't know what we're talking about. Neo, thank you for the follow. This one? That thing? This? I did it. Hell yeah, I did it. Dude, I get a little notification that says, congratulations, you did something. Fuck yeah, dude, I'm so valid. No, I get what you're saying. That is annoying. So this will be... Frenzy dead. Would the Flesh Reaper Varshan be good for a minion build? It will not be. They just changed Flesh Reaper and how it works and added an eternal cooldown to it. Do you have a minion build guide? Yeah, it's in my Discord. It's in the description.
So,
Yo, what up, Barricade? Just popping to
subscribe
say
to a
hello.
bad
I
content
appreciate you,
creator.
Boomer. Thanks for coming through.
You're a real one.
Yeah, we're going to the gym again tonight. We couldn't go yesterday. I was too depressed. But we'll be going
subscribe
tonight.
to a bad content creator.
I want to be able to really clean do the 185 on squat before I try to bump up again. And I'm finally going past 110 on bench, like going beyond my 3 sets. So I think I'm going to bump that one up too and try to do my 3 sets. I think I'm only going to add like 5 pounds. I'm just a little guy. Pettigue, thank you so much for the new sub, as well as Ohm Rebel. Thank you very much for the new sub. Welcome on in. Or to the mania testing Srock's eventual Maxwell God updates. Hearing fun things in Sanctuary Discord about a 200 wit Titans fall, putting a cult dominions on your amulet. Yep. It's a good way of doing it. Did it fix minions in their functions? I don't believe so. I'm not too sure. Prepare for the bar staff to get out of here. You're too much. The boss powers like the service. They did. Knees get to you. Luckily, my knees are pretty good. Like, I mean, I'm 34, right? So my body's still in like decent enough shape. You have a guide to Necro Minion would do? I do. It's in my Discord. Exclamation point Discord. Okay, data. Data. Oh, boop, 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 boop. Thank you for the follow. I'll catch you in just a second. Dude, the delay is crazy. There it is. Jesus. What do they do? Do. $38, $37. Do we use Frenzied Dead? Frenzied Dead on Bone Golem is... (23% damage increase). I assume it's similar to skeletons, although what's funny is that the skeletons actually need more attack speed to reach cap. I guess we have to look at mages. So let's look at Shadow Mage with nothing in cap. Well, let's just do 100% attack speed. Let's look at Shadow Mages and get an idea of how much they're gaining. Because if Frenzy Dead is minimum somewhere around like a 25% damage multiplier, but also like literally just more attacks per second, that increases rate of proccing Zan or Cax. Let's figure it out. Let's take a look. Oh, I gotta get rid of reanimation. Boop. We'll record that for a little bit. Is there a minion build planner coming? Yep, it's in the in my Discord. It's in the description. Optimal total attack speed to reach for a minion build? You are watching me literally test that currently in front of your eyes. I can't answer that question. It's good at bossing, speed farming, pit pushing. There's nothing that is good at doing all three of those things simultaneously. Pit pushing and speed farming are two wildly different concepts on the Necromancer. The builds that is best at pit pushing are always very bad at speed farming. So pick a thing you would like to be able to do well. I can answer the question. Changing the sword's affix from AoD to deal double damage to summon steel double damage would fix everything. It would not fix everything, because the aspect still doesn't say increase minion damage. Strongest necro build? It is Blood Spear. Been trying to prove if movement speed modifiers are inherited by your minions. I don't have screen capture, but if they get our stats, they should. Faster time on target. If you move faster, they move faster. But a competent build should be at 200% movement speed regardless. So does it actually show? Does it actually have that much damage on it? Yes. It's an implicit stat. Yep. Oop. Trying to make a build for mages and not a golem? Nope. I refuse to play without a golem. Literally refuse to do it. You will never learn how to play a build without golem. As long as I'm playing minions. I will never try to optimize for it, and I will never make it. I refuse to. Does instat? Yep. Mandeln does damage just like a skill. You don't have to, there's no ambiguity. Trade site is cooked, broken. Okay. Everything scales off of the Necromancer, and then they also gain damage multipliers that are specific to them. Does it mean total damage can affect? Everything scales off the Necromancer. It is your skill doing damage. GA Hellbent is more than GA Int. It depends on how much intelligence you have and how many ranks to Hellbent. You always have to compare your current multiplier versus the new multiplier. If you just look at the number increase, you will be very, very inaccurately calculating the damage increase. Watching the same shard as the clip? I know. Isn't that powerful? $15.57. And how much intelligence increases by... So everything has diminishing returns, right? Continuing to make a number bigger does not continue to increase your damage by the amount bigger that you made it. But also, the more intelligence that you have, the more that you get out of percentage intelligence. Damn, dude, base attack speed of mages sucks. This is at 100% attack speed, too. It's actually kind of crazy. I got it on the exact frame. Let's go, baby. It's like 6 second or like 5 seconds for 6 attacks. Dude, 1.165 attacks per second on 100% total attack speed. That's crazy work. The Blade of Zir has to be better than some options. The Blade of Zir would only be better on a minion build if you don't know how to build a minion build and you chose something that doesn't exceed Blade of Zir. Is it still worth to try to go for your Blight build? I don't know what worth means in this context. Blight was a B tier build. It got bumped up to an A tier build. It'll probably settle back down into a B tier build. If that's worth it for you, go for it. What's Grandfather? What's Grandfather? It's a mythic unique. You shouldn't use it on a Blood Spear build. And you get mythics typically by killing Belial, the boss, or doing mythic tributes, which you drop infrequently. How is Minions build? Good. Flash, thank you very much for the follow. Alrighty. Oh, oh. Stream is still up. We all here? Hello, hello, hello. I don't think so, Mike. Stream still up? Y'all can still hear me? Hello? Hey? Okay, great. Sick. This will be Okie. When I make too many recordings and stop recording too many times, sometimes it can crash my stream. So I was definitely choosing to play with fire here doing this on stream. Thank you again, everybody, for hanging out with me while we sit here and we do frame data analysis. But this is what you gotta do if you want to have the best builds, boys. You want the best builds? You gotta do this. You gotta do this kind of crap. Oh boy. You also have to be dead silent because you're inputting data. You just don't talk to your stream at all. And they'll definitely all appreciate that. And sure, you could just be playing the build and getting clips of you clearing high tiers, but why would you do that when you could be proving a data analysis? So that nets us a 23% increase in damage because we go from 1.165 attacks per second up to 1.43 with a reanimation. So reanimation gets you up to max attack speed on Bone Golem. It gets you up to close to cap on skirmishers, but not quite to cap. And on mages, you know, it's a pretty substantial increase, but it's only about 20% or so. So, all of that is to be said. I'm going to use Frenzied Dead on my build. Do you have the updated build website for minions with the new sword? No, and I never will because it's a bad build and you shouldn't use it. I would recommend checking out the video above you. There is no minion build with the sword because the sword is not a minion sword. Still valid? I'm coming from just watching that video on YouTube. No, they've changed it so that Flesh Reaper now has an internal cooldown. I don't know how much weaker it is. It might still be very strong, but not nearly as strong. Not mindless chatter. That's generally what I try to get up to. In between Spare and Wave, I'm following the Rob Diablo build app. Any recommendations, or is that solid? You should be using Max Roll Xavier. We have literally the best build guide for Bone Spear and literally the best build guide for Blood Wave, bar none. Everybody else copies our builds, bar none. On those two, I can say that for certain. I might not have the best Sever guide, although I think my Sever guide is very good. But everybody else covers our Blood Wave build, and everybody else covers our Bone Spear build. What are your thoughts on the new aspect for minions? Pretty bad. What do you think about the minion build for speed farming pit 80s? What do I think about it? It's fine. Yeah. What hits harder, Blood Wave or Blood Spear? It's not my opinion. Blood Spear hits harder. So humble? I don't have to be humble. I have facts. Is minion build better? It is now better. Yeah. Humility applies to opinions. I don't have to be humble. Lord Sara has created the best Blood Wave guide. And Sirach has made the best Bone Spear guide. And we have backed it up continuously by doing the actual math. Like when everybody got really hype about Doombringer being the best in slot weapon on the build and everybody tried to use that for like 2 to 3 days, I did the math. It just wasn't the best weapon. Lo and behold, nobody's using Doombringer anymore. We do the math. Other people do the math too, and they're incredibly intelligent theory crafters out there. I do not think that I'm the smartest person on the planet. I just know that for those two, we have the best. What do you think of minion build for speed farming? Yeah, you can absolutely do that. Clearing out 80 with old dot build, no blight. Do you think boss power change will hurt it that bad, or was that okay? Blight was a B tier build, gonna be doing well in like pit tier 85 or so. The boss power helped it out considerably for being able to clear out higher pit tiers than it should be with just enough time to be able to kill the boss at the end, but it required incredible fishing. It will now be significantly weaker, back down to around pit tier 85 and a little bit higher depending on what your build looks like. The boss power change probably impacted it. I haven't tested it. I'm doing frame data analysis for minions. I'm also tired of pretending like we don't have the best Bloodwave build. We just do. That's why, literally, the best players on pitch were copying Sora's build guide. Why do you not use Blood Mist on your minion build? Why would I use Blood Mist on my minion build? The question presupposes that you must have Blood Mist, so I would ask you to explain why. Where's your minion build? Would love to check it out. It's in my Discord. Exclamation point Discord. Minion compared to normal Blight build, Minions is significantly stronger than Blight. For pit pushing. Not for speed farming, it's not even close. Get a jail-free card. Golem gets you unstoppable when you activate it. You can put it on your skill bar if you would feel safer with it. It's just suboptimal. I guess I should check out one more data set where I add in what's it called? Torusks. Anything new you're hoping the devs will add in D4? Is there anything new? Oh, tons of things. We already know they're adding in some of them, though. We just kind of have to wait for them. Like leaderboards, skill tree rework, Paragon rework, itemization rework, new classes. Hopefully new classes, not just putting in a paladin. What's the update? What is the question? Oh, I appreciate that, Lycotic. Yeah, targeting minions, that would be huge. Yeah, you don't need Grandfather for minions at all, Kyle. Not anymore. It's called Bone Spear, Xavier. We call it Blood Spear, colloquially. All my minions to walk in front of me instead of behind me. That would be a really good buff. They do walk in front of you, Neo. Like, if your minions are not currently aggroed onto a target, they actively walk in front of you the whole time. They buff a bunch of stuff. They buffed minions. Yeah. With the buff to the new Zir sword, I would check out the build link, or the video link above you hold up. The short answer is no, and it never will be, but I would watch that video because I prove it mathematically. Army of the Dead is not a minion skill. Minions don't work well with Army of the Dead. Sanguivore doesn't increase your minion damage. And making Army of the Dead do more damage doesn't help unless you fully build into Army of the Dead, in which case you would be sacrificing your minions to be able to fully build into Army of the Dead. Okay, one more data set, and then I'm gonna stop. One more data set, and I will stop. Ooh. So the answer is we can't use Blood Golem unless we're doing purely a Golem activation build, which we could do. And I'm just not going to look at Iron Golem because I already know it attacks slower. And the one thing I noticed that we never really talk about is the golem every 3 seconds when it gets hit does damage thing. That is an amount of damage increase. I wonder if you can make that overpower. Be really hard to test. It wouldn't be that hard to test. I just wouldn't want to do the test. Dude, the delay on this is absolutely crazy. Oh, I'm not actually attacking faster. Hold on. I'm not attacking faster? Dude, the delay is insane sometimes. Like, the fastest this attacked was at 198 frames for 6 attacks. So that's just over 3 seconds, right? Three and a third seconds, roughly. So that's almost 2 attacks per second. And then the slowest I've attacked is 291 frames. It's nearly 5 seconds. What is up with this? Because they don't even consistently delay. It's like they have a check-in that like determines whether or not... All right, I have to do one more data set. God damn it. Let's do Frenzy Dead on a 2-hander just to see the data. Just to see the data. And let's double check this. Yeah, I'm at 100% attack speed. Get rid of Tauros. So Taurusks didn't actually, we didn't actually get to a new breakpoint with Taurusks. So 51 would be the highest one. So we don't need Grandpappy on minions. Would a Scythe with the GA int GA health be better if we have a perfect aspect? It would be. Hit twice doesn't impact men down. So the way men down works is when they attack, not when they hit. I know that sucks, but it's when they attack, not when they hit.
I can take gold. Good fortune that is.
I haven't found great boots yet for Blood Wave. Should I prioritize max life on boots even if the rest of the stats are meh? Or G8 Flicker Step, does the alt damage have the roughly same value as the max life scaling? No, not at all. Max life is infinitely better. You just need to get boots that have int, max life, and movement speed. Either int or max life with the GA. Just gamble a bunch of boots. You will get one very, very, very quickly. Were content creators aware in regards of Flesh Rippers potentially getting nerfed? Were we aware? I would never tell you anything which was conferred to me under NDA, ever, no matter what. I told everybody I am positive that they will fix Flesh Reapers because it is negatively impacting server stability. That is what every content creator said. We were not made aware that the developers specifically intended to change it in this patch. We were positive that they would, though. Not going to comment on the key to a Spirit build being in your pants. It is in your pants. Starting a Varshar build, Sork can scale it. I'm not smart enough to figure out. Can you do it? I can't do it for you, Richard, because they also changed Flesh Reapers, so it just won't work like that anymore. What's the best way to get Tides of Blood on an amulet? Pick up a random amulet and hope it has Tides of Blood on it. If it doesn't, but it has other good stats, reroll the amulet until it has Tides of Blood on it. There's no best way to make it happen. Thanks for all the content you made for this season. Been loving your content. Awesome, Mike. I'm happy to hear that. Glad you enjoy it. You haven't found one? It's rare. That's why. That's my man. All right. Re-roll an amulet, my tempering? I don't know what that question means. I was answering somebody else's question. I'm not entirely sure how you can still keep playing this season. This season was absolute trash. It wasn't absolute trash. I think you just didn't have a good reaction to the season. Forret, thank you so much for the new sub. Welcome on in. Enjoy your free HUD. Enjoy your emotes. Enjoy your no ads. You can swap out GA attributes as well. You'll just lose the greater affix. How was it changed? It has an internal cooldown now. It didn't previously. I think that too often we experience our personal relationship with something as some kind of cosmic truth and then attempt to project that onto others, and that can cause confusion. Because we would think that since we are logical beings, that our thought processes are logical and our conclusions are strong. But anecdotal and personal and opinion-based realities do not actually define reality. So maybe that helps with the confusion you're experiencing. Emily got a grandfather and heir perdition. Time to go back to minions. Yeah, enjoy it. All right, hopefully that was enough data points. All right, one last data set. One last data set. And then I can play the game. One last. Is grandfather a must for minions? No. In fact, we're not going to use it on minions anymore. Rest in peace. You had one build, and now you have nothing. I need a little snack. I did not eat enough, apparently. I ate a salad that I put pepperoni and cheese in. Apparently that was not enough food. Need a carb load. What? Oh, you know, it'd probably help. If these were here. Wait, what's going on here? Wait. What? I don't know what happened there, so we gotta go back to the beginning. Sorry. I have no idea what just occurred. That was wild. There we go. Sorry, I'm missing. I can't read chat right now just for people who are popping in. I'm not choosing to ignore you. I'm putting data into a table. Hopefully my chat is able to answer questions. I'm just going to guess at questions. Yes, Farshawn power weaker now. They changed Flesh Reaper. No, you shouldn't build into it. I'll just start saying that. Sanguivore sword still bad. Not good for minions. Minions are stronger. Minions are viable now. They were always viable, but they're viable now. What weapon should you use? Two-handed scythe. Put an aspect on it. Or maybe two-handed mace. I don't know. Yes, I will call your mother back. I've just been busy. Tell her I still love her. In that joke, I'm dating your mom. Ew. Wow, that's like so inconsistent. I think I missed something. Nope. Yeah, just huge delay. Huh. Thank you very much for the follow. I'll say your name in particular in just a second. $41.52. That's so bad. That last one alone, like, ruined it. I would just take out that one, we'd be at like nearly like 2 attacks per second. That's like how bad that one is. Huh. Interessante. Minions suck, dude. Okay, well, you can get them at 2 attack faster, but not that much faster. All right. So here's all the data I got. Boobity ba bibbity. Added a lot more data. Generalized findings. Frenzy dead. 51% attack speed on a ring is somewhere around a 20 to 25% damage multi for your minions. Bone Golem, best for men down. Blood Golem, best for fell gluttony and activation. Shit. Adding Torusks alone isn't enough for a breakpoint. Adding it to Frenzied doesn't seem to matter. Two-hander is better than one-hander plus focus. Here we go. Okay. Did they announce Mother's Blessing, or was this a stealth gift? They did announce it, but the date range was wrong. Went to Woody's stream to take a break from Necro, but he's playing Necro too. Let's go. What did I miss? Wrathhold, thank you so much for the follow. Paragon 177 minion build. Should I transfer to the leveling Bone Spear or straight into endgame? It doesn't matter what level you are. You can transfer to an endgame build when you have the gear recommended in the starter or ancestral setup. You have a perfect play Desir? I'm sorry to hear that. Now, it's whether or not I use Zan and Cax. What are we testing? The attack speed of our minions. The answer, Bone Golem, Skirmisher, and Mages, and I'm going to use Frenzied Dead on my build. Okay. So here's what we do. Here's what we do. We open up my build planner, which again is already in the Discord. And we do this. And I do this. And then I go get a little snack. I'll run ads now so we're not interrupted later. We go get a little snack, and then we build out the planner, and then we put it together, and then we test it. Easy, but easy. I'll be right back. Don't go nowhere. Don't run away. If you run away, I'll freak out. I'll freak out. Okay. All right. All right. Is the new Scent of Death better than Blood Begets Blood now? Yes and no. It depends on what you mean by better. How high do you think Infinimus can go? Like pit tier 75, maybe 80. Easy T4 open world content? Everything does open world content easily. T4 bosses? It'll be a struggle. How do I fit everything into this build? Is Minion good now? It was always good. Now it's better. I give up on the overpower concept. I guess to get a more complete picture, I should also do all of this with a two-handed sword, but let me just tell you, I do refuse to do that today. What minion build cleared 100? Focusing on mage damage. Running Blood Spare will I ever feel Godly in Torment 4 feels underpowered. You feel underpowered on Blood Spear? It is our strongest build. So I would think that either your skill rotation is inefficient, you may not be properly putting things into Bone Prison like you should, or your like gear is very, very bad. How good is Minions now compared to before today's patch? Very slightly stronger. Which is the best necro farming build? You have to define farming for me. Miner's not up to date yet. Oh, is Damon 12 fortified? Damon 12 fortified, better than everything. Fucking insane. As a minion hater, I think we changed the class to Sanguinemancer. Nah. It's a Necromancer. Topazes in armor better than emeralds in weapon? Yes. When you don't overpower, additive damage is much more relevant. Instead of grandfather, what aspect should you put? Reanimation. Does your build guide change with the new update? Yep, I'm changing it right now. You're watching me change it. Is reanimation the best aspect on minions? Yes. Which build? You could do Blight or Blood Surge. Any unannounced patches? They added ravens to all of the major cities for turn-in. They fixed Flesh Reapers, so it has an internal cooldown. And they started Mother's Blessing today. Yeah, what up, Teo? How you doing? So what do you put on your amulet then? We're going to get there, Buddha. You're watching me update the build guide right now. What do you think the top Necro is now? Did Minion overtake Wave? No, it's not even close, but Blood Spear is the strongest one. What's the internal cooldown? I don't know, Raven. I'm testing minions. Blood Wave is strongest? It's not, and it hasn't been the entire time. It's been Blood Spear. How am I doing? I'm doing all right. Got some good changes today. And now I'm doing a lot of math. This is what I did. Attack speed breakpoints. See the bug post? I did not, Sirach. What is it? What snack did I get? I ate a bag of Lay's sour cream and onion chips and 2 Reese's Cup Chips Ahoy soft baked cookies. Thanks for the guide. Yeah, no problem. They changed something with Reapers and Mages, said some of the bugs could be fixed. Where?
Sour cream and onion is the best pog.
Teo with the 3 years. Huge. Thank you so much, man. Bug posts? Can you help me? I don't know what we're talking about. Like where did who say what? Only 2? Yeah. It was like, what, like 200 something calories? Your Blight build lost damage? Yeah, that's to be expected. They fixed Flesh Reapers. Although your base damage should be much higher than 4 to 8 billion. Well, I guess that depends on where in your build progression you are. But Sirach, do you have a... I assume they're referring to the effects which wouldn't work when you zoned in and out. Thanks, Budo. Thank you for the new sub. That is what I assume they're referring to. Thanks, Zendefta. I did it myself.
So, you subscribe to a bad content creator.
Thank you very much for the gift sub. Enjoy your free head.
You're a real one.
Golden Kappa train? What does that mean? What does that mean? Oh, cool. If you can, hey, real quick, I don't care. I don't care about this. Literally, don't spend your money. But if you do, you'll gain access to the Golden Kappa for 24 hours if you ever wanted to use that emote. And again, literally don't spend your money. But if you care about that, that's a thing. So that's pretty hype. Is your minion guide a separate minion guide from Max Roll? Yes, it's a separate minion guide. Heo's Kappa looks pretty not golden. Yeah, you have to participate in the hype train. All right, so they're currently working. I think the hype train has to finish, and then it will give people the ability. What up, Hybrid? You're expecting the sword buff to be better? Sorry to hear that. I believe they're referring to the minion modifiers not working. Sirach. Cooldown works. Mike Drop, thank you very much for the gift sub. Enjoy your Golden Kappa. Is Varshan Necro still usable? No. Well, we're still going to use Varshan on Blight Necromancer, and Blight Necromancer is still a good build. But the extra damage you were getting in the server lag is gone. They're generating corpses. Actually, like, very quickly, too. It's kind of crazy. Spawn Edict Enrage portion trigger from Army of the Dead? No, they're not summons. Thank you for the follow. Necro still suck or no? Necro still suck? Necro has been, like, arguably the best class in the game for multiple seasons. Ingliel, thank you for redeeming the darkness. The darkness has been redeemed. Hopefully the darkness will stay redeemed. Oh, Reapers aren't generating corpses. Yeah, it's called Judgment won't be back till late. That's okay, man. Be good. Morning, Speedy. The damage from minions looks bad. Homie, this isn't a minion build. Ha! This is my Blight Necromancer build that I'm testing mechanics on. Do not use this as an indicator of damage. In fact, never look at anything that I'm doing in the in here as damage. Yeah, I'll have to get some clarity. This is not fixed, so. Yeah, you have to summon your minions. It's not doing the thing. We were talking on Reddit like 2 days ago. You commented under a post of mine where I asked for more necro builds. Really appreciate the answer. Yeah, no problem, Lenny. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Minion says you're testing minions. I am testing minions. The mechanics of them. I'll let you know if I'm ever piloting a build that is doing 3-digit damage, you can go ahead and delete my YouTube channel and delete my guides off of Maxroll. Yo, big golden kappa. Thanks, everybody. Huge. Kappa, kappa, kappa. Do those show up here? Never remember. Yeah, big golden kappa is huge. No. Can we delete Boston's performance against the Knicks? Sure. What do I think about the redirected force aspect with Bone Storm? It's bad. Redirected force is the based off your block chance gain crit damage multi, right? So there they are. Oh, I think I understand the confusion, though. When I said this is a Blight build, also I have Azurath equipped. I mean, quite literally, this was my Blight Necromancer. I've stripped everything off to start testing minion mechanics. So the thing that you're looking at, I'm not even wearing all my gear. The thing you're looking at right now should not be generating damage. So how do I get this to... Is it just sometimes? Or is it inconsistent? Interesting. Huh. Is there any minion fast running build that can farm and do pits? Want to start a Necro at the moment? Blight, Blood Surge. Aspect of Service and Sacrifice will trigger Enrage. Is that worth it? It is not. What mechanic am I currently testing? Whether or not they fix the minions not triggering their effect thing. So that's working. But I just had it not working. Oh yeah, see, now they're not generating resource from attacking. Yeah, see? Now that I've loaded back in and unloaded, they're not generating resource. Yeah, so it's just, it's inconsistent. That worked. Might not be all of them? Because I just had them not generating corpses, so how did I make that happen? Big of a sigh did you release upon this wretched world when you saw the buff to Sanguivore? I kind of laughed. How does it look so far? Minions? Good. They were already good and now they're stronger. Trying to get this to consistently happen though. Nope, that's working. Hold on. Are they generating resource? Yeah, now they're generating resource. I say. They deleted the Barbarian builds? They did. Yeah, yeah. Looking for any other 3 to 4 uniques for testing? I'm not. What about this multi? Um. How are y'all doing different amounts of damage? Raider and Caves and Basti Freak and Foam Wrecker and Old Bracelet and Sleepy, I guess. Thank you for the follows. Two 2101. 2101. Ever a world where you would consider tempering impairment reduction on one instead of soul restoration for minions? Hate when they get CC locked in the pit. Would I ever do that? Probably not. But you can. I'll be honest with you, I'm not even sure that like works. 2101. What up, Bloodwalker? How we doing? A ton of pit 80s before the nerf for Varshans was going to start another class anyways. Yeah, there you go. Oh, I have to turn off variants. 2101. Okay. What is the base damage? What is the build number for the update? I don't know. What up, it's? Need a distraction from writing your thesis? .009, so 10. You catch up to 2101. Sure. Okay, so that's working, kinda. 2101. Two 101. Still better with Golem sacrificed? Yes. Nothing that was changed would have anything to do with the Golem. Is it like a timer thing? Yeah, I can't reproduce it easily. Hydrate. Oh, I didn't get water when I stood up. That's rough. Okay. I think this is working as far as I can tell. The other ones aren't. Okay. So. Now the question becomes, oh, we're gonna lose out on maximum life, actually. So the question becomes, can I use Fists of Fate? And I think the answer is a resounding no. Excuse me. And I'm gonna do Frenzied Dead. Do I need attack speed? Oh, I need a Cult Dominion somewhere. Oh. Fudge. No, I have it on my boots. Okay. Ready attack speed 27, 35. Plus 5, 6, 7, 12, 13 is 39. So it's at 60, 74. They're at 100%. So I could do Mage. Yeah. Yeah. Fortified. And I can do Soul Rift. Not that super important. Oh no, you know what? I'm gonna do Blade Size. And here, you do a little bit of this, a little bit of that. So, Psycho, thank you so much for the gift sub.
Creator.
Thank you. All right, is this what I'm
You're
doing?
a real
This is
one.
what I'm doing. Anything different here? I can go with Enhanced Reap. How's minions looking? Good. They're already good and now they look better. I don't have Amplify leveled. Do I level up Amplify very quickly? Let's see how badly they reduce this thing's output. They patched Varshan. They patched Flesh Reaper.
No
Let's see.
witchcraft here. Only
Feel
honest
bad, eh?
magics.
Cleo Avash, thank you very much for the gift sub. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Any way to fit Bloodgetters? Nope. Not in the way that I want to build the build. Your only option would be to put it on gloves. On gloves, it is a 37.5% damage multiplier, which is pretty good. But, yeah. Okay. And what if I just replace these with good things? That would probably help. I was using like a real multiplier, huh? Pretty good. That's pretty good.
Oh, that's because 100%. So this is doing a lot. But against a higher health monster, it wouldn't be.
Is this activating at my max attack speed? It's just so hard to say.
Lumley, thank you very much for the follow.
Heck yeah, 2F happy years supporting you.
What up, Supremo? Thank you very much for the 2 years. Thank you, thank you. That is pretty crazy. Who would have thunk it, huh? Okay. I think that's going to be our best combo. Trigger it 3 times per second. It's pretty good. Okay. Appreciate it. I understand that two-hander is best, but if I wanted to use a shield with minions for extra defenses, would the damage from the weapon be too much of a loss to even consider? Yes. But if you want to do it, go for it. Minion just sucks, admit it, sick of Blizzard. No, you're just very incorrect. They are, like, currently, like, our 3rd or 4th strongest building can clear over pit tier 100. So feel free to be sick of Blizzard. Like, feel free to have your personal feelings. But 1, don't project your ignorance onto me, and 2, do not speak disingenuously, because it negatively impacts the strength of your critique and your feedback, and it makes it harder to not only take it seriously, but to believe that it's rooted in reality. Thanks, Psycho. I gave it to myself. How's the patch going? It's going well. X-Fall? No, X-Fall isn't for damage over time. Super CJ, thank you so much for the follow. Benvindo. Thanks, Hybrid. Yeah, I'm just sick and tired of people, like, having an opinion and believing that that somehow defines reality, and that other people must feel what they feel to be valid. Look within yourself and find your own truth, and seek to establish your reality as close to the confines of truth and reality as you can. Handle it pretty well now? I don't know. I've never gone to pit tier 100 with minions. That's what we're going to be doing today. What aspect do I put on here? Sacrificial? There's such thing as personal truth. There is only objective truth. There are things which are true to you. The issue here is that the English language can be used with words to have multiple meanings. But there are facts. And then there are opinions, if we want to be reductive. Well, every single Necromancer build can all easily farm tier 4 content. They just get differently, you know, able to do pit pushing. The 400% sword is good now? No, I would highly recommend looking at the video linked above. Yo, what it do, Dioxide? Thank you, Boo Boo. Oh, Great Feast. That's what we put on. Yeah. Avi. Sword's still fun to use in a golem build. The sword? No. The sword is bad for minions. Using a one-hand and offhand, you can equip 2 legendary affixes. How does a 2-hand outweigh the missing affix for damage for our minions? You just compare the 2 multipliers. 1 number multiplied by 2, or 2 numbers multiplied together. Whichever one is bigger is the bigger outcome. Can I ask you to do me a favor? Give you the jaw rune? I don't have a jaw rune to give you. Are you moving to the Blight build now for testing? No, I just need to level up a glyph. No problem, Dino. Oh, I don't have my voice on. Yo, have a good one, Supremo. Is it possible? Yeah, of course it's possible. It's just the simple arithmetic of it. It's whether or not your build has two aspects that, when put together, would be stronger than your strongest aspect multiplied by 2. If you're asking me, do I believe that that currently exists for minions, the answer is no. Because we already use all of the high damage multipliers for a minion build. I have the luck of having the Ring of Starless Skies drop with attack speed, GA. Very nice. But don't have the other Ring of the Gloves with it. I really struggle to reach 100% attack speed. You can use the attack speed potion to get some more attack speed. Have a little time to play as is? Oh, for sure. I totally understand it. I do think doing that kind of stuff is really important. Because I know, you know, like most people are just trying to play the video game and don't have time to theorycraft. The other side of it is when it's just like one math equation, I do expect people to kind of pick up the load there. Like, I will put out a build guide where I say this is what I believe is optimal. For sure. But if you would like to personally explore a concept, and it is as simple as dividing your now lower weapon damage by the previous higher weapon damage, and then multiplying together the aspects, and then multiplying those numbers together to figure out whether or not you are gaining more or losing more. If you would reach the same attack speed breakpoints, which is also part of the equation, but I mean, there's a lot that goes into it, but I do not currently see the minions using a one-hander and an offhand. If I did, I would recommend it. Yo, what up, Chronix? Is Varshan Necro alive? It's just Blight Necromancer, so it can be removed. So remove the Varshan entry, but leave Blight. Thank you very much for your time. Funnily enough, Blight Necromancer will continue to use Varshan. But that's just because we scale very large amounts of damage over time. Varshan fixed? Varshan was never bugged. Flesh Reaper didn't have an ICD. And Flesh Reaper is what was changed. Kid A, thank you so much for the follow. Ma'am. Ma'am. Still pretty good. Still pretty good. All right, just gotta level that up. What coilovers should I get from my 2002 Mazda MX-5? Oh, those are cool. I'm looking at the Tyne Flexi coilovers. Depends on whether or not this fits your aesthetic. Does this help? They're on sale. Nice. I can't stress enough, I don't know what that is. So please do not ruin your car. Deception, thank you very much for the follow. May just make a damage calculator that just requires an image of your inventory on most server. That would be more fun for you as well. Yeah, if you could do that, that'd be sick. That won't really work because the character sheet incorrectly identifies how much damage you have. But that would be a very cool concept if it could exist. I do have a damage calculator. You could check it out in my Discord. You do have to do manual entry of the stats, but it calculates everything else. You could use that as inspiration or use it to look at the logic of things so you can build off of it. Seeing the title, just saw your Necro journey. Well, welcome into the Necros. Changes did you just make for Blight? I swapped over to Hatred's Embrace. It appears to trigger once every time you cast a skill, so 3 times per second. And I added Great Feast instead of a Cursed Touch. You could also do Cadaverous if you're having a hard time maintaining your resource. Don't know vacuum pickup for Behelits? Yeah, you gotta pick them up. Trying to wash my dishes, have bad back to the point I'm about bed 20 hours a day. My cares are lazy. But anyway, I keep hearing your comments and it's cracking me up. Well, I'm glad that watching my content can help you to kind of chill out a bit. Give you some laughs. It can, and I've done it for other games. Awesome. Need more people with your honesty? Thanks. You know, it comes at the price of not everybody necessarily likes my energy, which is also reasonable. I am kind of an asshole. I'm also very low on energy right now. But, bare minimum, the thing I got going for me is that if I'm saying the thing, people can rely on the fact that I believe that thing is true. And since I try to not have opinions, I try to reach objective conclusions. It is at least true based off of how I came to the conclusion. Now, the conclusion may be inaccurate due to a lack of information, etc., right? I'm not Santa Claus, I don't know all, but if that's bare minimum the value that people get out of me, then I think I'm doing a pretty good job. Heard the buffs were useless for every class. Assume Necro's the same. Nope. Inaccurate assumption. The buffs to minion are the exact calculated buffs that they were. And it completely changes what our best in slot weapon is and our aspect distribution. Pretty cool. And Shaco instead of Heart and Bones, W. You don't do a lot of theory crafting. I'm using Shaco instead of Heart and Bones. I don't know what that means. Shaco and Heart and Bones are not two things which are interchangeable. But typically speaking, if you don't have a build which requires a unique helmet and you don't have an Air of Perdition, Shaco will often be stronger than not using Shaco. What up, Marcello? Is Scourge Glyph needed? What does needed mean? Needed in what context? Is Scourge Glyph one of the best in slot glyphs for Blight? Yes. What about the weapon for minion change? We're not going to use Grandfather anymore. So we finally have strong enough aspects that are outperform the multiplier from Grandfather, which allows us to put Titan's Fall. And gain lucky at chance to be able to restore a resource to have better output from cats. Was definitely evident. Oh, that's funny. Against a boss without minions, Flesh Reapers was basically doing nothing for your build. If they had minions, pretty noticeable. But it was actually in clearing out the pit where you gained the most efficiency. Ugh. I hate that that's how that works, honestly. It's just so offensive. Did you have any issue with crashes this season? No. But there are people complaining about instability and lag, even without the powers. So there's something going on. I just don't typically experience crashes. Tier 70 boss went down in 5 seconds. Yeah, I just don't know how Varshan was participating in that. Varshan's biggest damage bonus was that, I mean, like, yes, Varshan increases your damage even against a single target. Its biggest output difference is in clearing out trash. But your build might have been at the point where you were... your build might have been at a point where you were smashing trash anyways. So the only place you would have seen increased clear speed was against the boss. But I will say, if you're in a tier 70 on Blight and your gear is decent, that would probably be true. So that makes sense why your experience of it is the way that it is. Let me go get my mercenaries.
What up, Blenda?
Abs, thank you so much for the follow. Ask them to bring back Infinimist. Oh, I have. We have to replace Titan's Fall skill points each time we go somewhere. On a minion build, if you're doing pit runs, yes.
I'm sorry. I did not. I will handle it.
Strength in numbers.
Ooh. We can go buy like caches or whatever with Spectral Ash, right?
So only the pit?
The pit is the only place where it would matter. But theoretically, it's whenever you would load into a new zone. I'm just not too sure. Omni Black Demon and Frozen Soul, thank you for the follows. What? Bro. I would have to go put all of these away. Well, I'm good. What pit tier can I do with minions? I don't know. I haven't pushed in the pit yet, but minions themselves have done pit tier 100 already. How often the minions overpowering now? Did they fix Zanrune? They did not. Or at least it's not listed in the, what's it called? Patch notes. It might be. You know which minion build is the best right now? It's do I know which one? I do not. No. Minion builds are in flux right now. And we've been playing the patch for about 4 hours. So attempting to say that we've come to the exact optimized new reality would be a little bit of hubris on my part. I don't typically like to deal in hubris if I can avoid it. Alright, we still want to pull minion monsters together. Oh, well, actually, no. How many monsters are pulled together doesn't really matter. So we would have to be able to trigger things on each monster. Is there a way for me to trigger things on each monster? Or it's just 3 times per second the best I'm going to get? I mean, it's still just generally good because of efficiency's sake, but not increasing damage output. To run Bloodbath board with minions because of the DR. I keep seeing these minion runs where they're overpowering non-stop in the pit. Well, the issue is that Mendeln can't overpower. So their base attacks can overpower. But you don't really need damage reduction on the endgame version of the build from Bloodbath. I hate vampires. Glad that Scythe is finally best. Well, Scythe might not be best. And it definitely won't be best once we have Mendeln working with Zanrune. But at least for a little bit it'll do alright.
I'll do alright for a little bit.
Bro, back-to-back vampires is actually crazy work. Is there a new best build? Nope. Hate this reality that every build must overpower. I do too. You mean to say it takes more than 230 minutes of the patch to figure out the meta? I know, I'm a piece of shit. But yeah, if you... I do think that sometimes when I say something is bad, in comparison to another thing, people think that either A, that means it's not viable, or B, that if they want to do it, they shouldn't. Y'all can play Army of the Dead. Y'all can use the sword that is best in slot for Army of the Dead. I need to speak very clearly and very specifically when I talk about Sanguivore, because the question isn't, can I use this on Army of the Dead? It's, is this a good weapon for minion builds? And the answer is no. It is not a good weapon for minion builds. Also, I think the gameplay of Army of the Dead sucks shit and feels really bad. That doesn't mean you can't enjoy it and you can't do stuff with it. I think the majority of music that Limp Bizkit has put out is of low quality and is not good. I love the music that Limp Bizkit has put out. You know what I mean? Was it a good build previously? It was significantly stronger previously. Like, not even close. Like, doing 2 zeros less damage, not even close. Okay. Grandfather is still a thing for minions? No. You can use it on your minion build, it's just suboptimal. Minion opinion? Whoa. Define the question in greater detail, Faye. So don't even really know what overpower is. Overpower is a 50% damage multiplier if you successfully overpower and your character is at maximum life. In addition to that, according to your maximum life and how much fortify you've generated, you generate a ton of additional additive damage for free. And that's the major issue with overpower. All I want is Sever build that uses Inexorable Reaper would be our fastest build. The only way that would be our fastest build is if clicking Inexorable Reaper would kill a monster pack instantaneously, which is just not the case. But on Blight, you actually get to use Inexorable Reaper as well as Jaw Rune Word for mobility and then run at 200% movement speed. So that is in fact our fastest build, because it can fit those things on for free. Highly recommend the speed farming Blight build if that's what you're looking for. What's your take on whether or not the minion issues that have been getting better over the past few seasons are gone away? Minions are perfectly fine, except for the fact that you cannot target with them, making them basically useless in a couple different content types. That has not been addressed, and minions will not truly feel good until it is. Okay, so now that we've done this, let's get us a scythe. Yeah, there we go. There's a big scythe. That's a big scythe. Oi, that's a big scythe, ain't it? Oi, that's a big scythe, ain't it? Oi, that's a big scythe, ain't it? There's our scythe. Need Mendel. 2 on 6. 2 on 6, 2 on 6, 2 on 6. 6, 8. Gray Raven, thank you so much for the follow. Boy, that's a big shot, ain't it? There's my bringing men down. Hellbent Commander with attack speed and intelligence. Total armor. Restore resource. Ooh. Okay. What other Blood Moon breaches do I have? Blood Moon. I have one to Golem with crit chance. I have these. Well, those are them. No. Excuse me. Yeah, sure. Grab another one just in case. Grab another one just in case. I need little boots. Warrior mastery. They say warrior mastery. That's pretty good. What up, Blue Ice? Oil, that's a big soy, ain't it? Then I need a ring. What ring do I need? Do I need attack speed? I might need attack speed. Who knows? Oh, that's a big shot, ain't it? Remember when I bought this? And remember when I found these? And now I'm just not playing these builds? How the minions after the update? Very slightly stronger, which is pretty good. Yeah, that's a ring. I don't know if it's a good ring, but it's a ring. Now, do I want the maximum life? I might want the maximum life. Okay, so temper these bad boys. It's that easy. And now we go for crit. It's that easy. Oh. Yeah. All right, cool. Oh, go back in the bin. That easy.
Magic is neither good nor evil.
And now time to blow 250 million gold. Oh, it's that easy. Why are people even complaining, honestly? Easy as pie.
Fashion this into something exquisite.
Doing crit damage over damage while fortified? Oh, you're so right. I do need damage while fortified, huh? I forgot. Ah. It's that easy.
Here you are.
Do I even really? I don't even really want to. Do I even want different boots? Not really. If I don't try to roll different boots, I don't have to do anything different. I would need to roll one of these to corpse tendril size, though. Also, if I just put this on, then I also don't have to do anything here, which would be pretty sick. Nice. I do need corpse tendy size. That easy. I mean, Necro viable to do 100 plus now? Yes. But like barely above 100. What about damned aspect on minions? Is higher multiplier not worth the uptime variance? Damned only applies to shadow damage. What is this tasty jam? This is called Fury, and it's on Wudijo's Spotify playlist. Huge. Huge. Hold on. Oh, that's all right. I'm not going to redo it. It's that easy.
There's a good one.
Good enough.
There's a good one.
Nice.
Some solid bits here.
Nice. Let's go, baby! Huge! That's awesome. Easiest game on the planet.
More there than I thought.
It's that easy. Just do it. You know what I mean? How about Necro Minion? Good build. Okay, so let's put some aspects on. I also need Tam Hwat. No, I need Igni. Oh, you're not joking? I need you to be at least a little bit not done with it yet. So we do have to update this build guide. Best way to farm legendary runes this season? Killing bosses seems to be the best way. What about the new sword? New meta? I would watch the video linked above you. Does crit damage if at 100% chance not scale more than fort damage? The fort damage number is higher. Additive damage is always just the question of which number is higher that you apply 100% of the time. What else do you put points in? What else? Bone prison? I need one so I can take it out of Titan's Fall and put it back in. Is Crown working and do you need to redrop to use? Nope, it's still turned off. What up, Blood? Did they kill Varshan Blight variant? They did. Be good, Sirach. Skelly Mage. Golem. I have one more point. Fortify. Minion build with Grandfather, a new unique. You don't use either of those in a minion build. Grandfather is no longer best in slot. We are now using what's it called? A legendary weapon.
My demons are quiet here. Mostly.
What do I put on Blood Begets Blood? Essence. And I leave out this side. Okay. So now that we're here, res is on fleek. Okay, so they don't need that much attack speed. Oh, I also wanted Frenzy Dead.
How do you get the
Oath scrolls, you go buy them from the lady at Tarsarak, and they go into your consumables inventory. Chance capped. Yeah, crit chance is capped. Need some armor, need some res. With that total armor roll too. Damn. Damn, I could put armor on my boots though, if I wanted to. I also need a Cult Dominion, but what I don't need is all of this attack speed. That's what I don't need. Means that I don't need as much attack speed on my gear. That's not really better though. This is. So res is fine. Still need a bit of armor. That's what 3 points here too. Is damn. I just need armor.
Oh, we made up.
You got a little tea? Got me a little yogurt tea? Thank you. Hell yeah, thank you. Sure. Can this minion build beat T4 Belial? Oh yeah. Yeah, so undead, it means that that person is using the site via, the person is listing these things on a safe account. And they have all this stuff on an account that they don't want to be tracked to the website to then get banned when they inevitably try to sell something for money. A straw has one hole or two. There's only one correct answer. It has one hole. A hole is defined as the opening and exit. Whereas a t-shirt has 3 holes. Mm-hmm. Because you can only enter through and then exit through 3 points of a shirt. Yeah. Like you could put your head into the bottom and put out one armhole, or put out the neck hole, or put out the other armhole. So it has 3 holes. It's incredibly important for people to recognize the truth of holes. No. He could. It would not be. You can't enter through both simultaneously, and you can't exit through both simultaneously. You can only enter through one and leave through one. You can... A hole is an entrance and an exit. It doesn't matter which direction you come at it from. It's just true. Am I gonna make a video? Of course I can. Why would I spend all this time doing nothing? But if he does trade me and I give him the gold I offer me, accept it, then how he scams me, the item is disappeared? Maybe. I would just not recommend trading with that person. What is my damage over time DPS at? Almost nothing. This is not a damage over time build. So a human is a t-shirt? No. A human has different sets of holes. One of the hole has an entrance and an exit at your anus in your mouth. One hole has an entrance and an exit at each one of your nostrils. Human is 2 holes. Human has 2 holes. Your ears cannot be passed through without being destroyed. You might consider a human a t-shirt if you're a Hannibal Lecter. Accurate. A hole doesn't have to have an exit. Sure does. I said what I said. Where is the exit of the black hole? You know we just named it, right? You know we just named that thing that. You know we just said that thing was that, right? If holes need an exit, what is a tunnel? A hole? What'd you just join into? Someone said how many holes are in a straw. I correctly answered 1. Other people had incorrect assumptions about it. And I'm trying to figure out how to get more armor onto my build. If a hole needs an exit, what is a cave? A cave. You got it in one.
Also a hole, right? Is the entrance is the exit.
This is funny. If a hole needs an exit, what's a sandwich? You know, it's just like, it's a sandwich. You know, beef stew is technically a hole. Said what I said. Might be the funniest thing I've ever said in my entire life. I'm not sure I could say something funnier than that, so I won't try. Do I have enough skulls to... I do have enough skulls to make a better skull. Ah.
This is fine. As far as towns go.
If it takes an hour to dig a hole, how long does it take to dig half a hole? Half an hour. Easy. Try again. You absolutely can dig half a hole. Your statement defines a hole as the totality of the hole that you're digging. Asking half of the hole would inform either... No, it would just inform half of the total volume of the hole that you're digging. Checkmate, atheists. How many holes is the maggot layer? It's not, it's a layer. A hole has a dimension other than merely existing. If a hole needs an exit, why are they called sinkholes? Because the English language is imperfect? Sadly, we can't use the fact that we call things things to actually mean things. It sucks. Can I explain where the exit is on the beef stew? At the bottom. Yeah. How is beef stew technically a hole? Because it has one entrance and one exit. Literally the same way everything is a hole. Keep up. I don't understand why I have to explain this to adults. The ocean isn't soup because you don't cook it. It would help if I put a cult dominion on my boots. Gazpacho, try again. Gazpacho isn't soup. It's gazpacho. You try again. I actually, so this one, unironically, I've had this fight for hours on stream before. If you don't cook it, it ain't soup. Gazpacho ain't soup. It's cold shit you put together. That, it's not cooked. It's not soup. Do I cook pudding? Nah, it's just cold shit I put together. I wouldn't call it soup. Y'all play too much. You are correct. Let's go, baby. How is a hot dog not a sandwich and actually a taco? It's neither of those things. It's a hot dog. Are you talking about the bun? All right, let's jump into the pit and see what this thing does. Are we really arguing soup semantics? Of course we are. You do have to cook pudding? What are you talking about? No, you don't. You mix milk and pudding mix together. Bada bing, bada boom, pudding. Is the pit a hole? No. I'm leaving my wife now. No problem, boss. Let her know what happened here today. Have they fixed the husk issue? I'm not sure what the husk issue is. Oh, I didn't change out my mercenaries. Hello? Oh, I also don't have boss powers on. Okay. How about this? How about we take a second, we breathe, and we remember to do things. How about we take a second, we breathe, we remember to do things. Harbinger. Beastmaster. Wandering Death? Wandering Death is okay. I mean, yeah, it's fine. Wandering Death. And we could do Gregor. Do Lord Zir. So we'll do Lord Zir. Sure. Okay. Try that again. Oh, and we have to turn on Titan's Fall. How many holes in mac and cheese depends on the macaroni used. No overpower for this run? Like forced overpower? No. Bastiani, thank you so much for the follow. Oh! We got popped. Oof. We're at 16k life though. Oh, I'm missing out on the DR. Yeah. Yeah, we might use Scent of Death. Oh, we lose out on a ton of max life then. I don't necessarily have a great answer to that. Ow. There we go. Now I need to just remember how to play the damn build. Hello, everybody. It's me, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Damn. I know, crazy, right? Would I just manually cast Curse to use Cax Rune? And how would I trigger Cax, or rather Zan? How come that felt like it didn't actually like generate progress? Ma'am, the explosion killing me is crazy work. Does it have frailty? Frailty is where I get a bunch of armor though, and a bunch of res. We can get a bunch of armor from Scent of Death. Not exactly armor capped is kind of the problem.
So, you subscribe to the bad content
Morik,
creator.
thank you so much for the new sub.
You're a
Welcome
real
on in.
one.
Let me know if you have any questions. Welcome in, welcome in. Appreciate you. Okay. And thank you for the follow as well. Minions still seem bad. Minions are like our third or fourth strongest build this season. They can clear over pit tier 100.
Get Bezosed.
I also have not played endgame minions yet this season, so what you're looking at is me running my first pit on a build ever this season. So I would not come to conclusions just yet. What is better, two-handed? Well, it's either two-handed scythe or two-handed mace. Yo, thank you very much, Oxygen. Yo, what up, Miz? Get Bezos? Thank you so much, friend. 20 months. Thank you, thank you. I'm thinking not to use the execute. Well, we don't really have a better multi, though. Meowinger, thank you very much for the prime. Not too bad. Not too bad. Not too bad. Tides of Blood GA, let's go. You have a build link for minions? It's in my Discord. Link is in the description. Is Golem still suboptimal? Oh yeah. I just refuse to play without it. So, oh. That'd also do it quite a bit. Damn, I need so much more crit. Oh, that's why I need a one of these for crit. Yeah. And a higher level essence would help too. Do I need to re-roll one of these? Yeah, so I was missing a lot of damage. If one does not have the mythics for it, should they run the ancestral build from the MR minion guide with any changes? Yeah, if you do not have the mythic, you just run the ancestral version of it. Seraphim, thank you for the follow. Since you were locked in during the run, why Bone Prison? I didn't follow the full skill point allocation. Bone Prison increases your damage by 15% against the target. And the build has extra stat points to toss around. I need a lot more crit damage. I guess I could roll this to crit damage. It's a min roll on Fortified anyways. Let's go for it. I don't know if I have rolled these gloves with a temper scroll yet. Is there any way to know that? I don't believe so. We'll never have to know. It's not easy. Okay. So that should be maxed out now. It's still not. Wowie. Well, first and foremost, this should be that. So I have to level up Essence a couple times. Okay. Turn on error text. Where would you see that? This? Error notifications? Minions are good. Where does it indicate it? Oh, interesting. Is that true, though?
If I cannot be in the wilderness, this will do.
I don't know if that's true. That's good to know. Thank you. Okay, so I still need some more. So I just need to level up. Let's try this again now with a much larger multi, but we have to level up Essence a bit. No, I know what you're saying is true to the thing that you're saying. I'm wondering if I actually have used that. So I don't remember using it on that piece of gear. Homie.
Oh, I also need...
I do hate the spell minions. I do need to take a point out of Titan's Fall and then put it back in every time, which I do hate. Rough. What's the trash unique sword? Sanguivore. I have maximum life on all my gear too. Well, except for my amulet. I could have more, obviously. Even like GA on maximum life? We might have to swap over to Scent of Death. Infinimus really dead? I mean, up to like 80s or farming. Just don't bother this season. Up to 80s or farming. I'm not sure what or farming means. Infinimus does a C tier build. You could probably do like 75, maybe 80 if you like push really hard on it. It's just like not a particularly powerful build. Because corpse explosion is just kind of bad. I mean, farming build. Like a speed farming build? I mean, it would be fine in open world content. Wouldn't be particularly good there either. Don't explode on me. Good horde farmer? Not particularly. No. But if you're asking about like specific content, I would always recommend including that in your question so that I can better articulate the
Fudge! Banana!
fudge banana. Alright. I have to solve survivability. Or I just have to be playing better. You know, it's one of the two. Fuck me, dude. Is it really the armor? Like, really? I mean, yes, I want to be at armor cap. Or maybe I just need to swap over to Rahir? I feel like I always had a better time with Rahir. I really don't like cover fire. I like being able to see all the monsters. Do you have a planner for your version of minions? I do. It's in the Discord, as always. Boss powers, I'm loving it right now. Sangrivore with the Accursed. You don't. So first and foremost, oh, Christ. Okay, I'll cap my armor. All right, I'll cap my armor. Accursed Touch and Sanguivore don't do anything together, Montagna. Accursed Touch already fully manages that for you. The thing is, though, they changed that in this patch, so that's actually just like not really a thing anymore. If you're having fun with it, enjoy it, but Sangrivore doesn't make that more or less viable. Still working for you? It's definitely not. Unless you've had your game open the entire time and you didn't patch yet. But I still think that's impossible. 9 out of 10 builds have a must-use skill. Tendrils? It's actually 8 out of 10, but yes. Ten out of 10 is definitely Decrepify for sure. There's nowhere else to really put points. Stronger decrepify, sure. Amplify is maxed. Yep. All right, we're here. Save me. Oh. Why did I walk up in there? I woke up in a new Bugatti. What aspect and skill do I replace for Inexorable Reapers and Sever for the Blight build? It's in the build guide itself, so look at any variant other than the pit pushing variant. But if it's not obvious, you remove Embalmer and you put on Inexorable Reaper. Utility aspect. I love when my golem runs off to somebody I didn't mean to target. Have I relogged? Since when? I wish I could see my damage numbers more clearly. Here's some 10 billies. Relog after pit? Why? How long will Mother's Blessing stay? I think it's like a week. Specty, thank you so much for the follow. Ow. Does Blood Getter still double dip to give your minions even more damage? Yes. Well, no, Blood Getters doesn't double dip. Blood Getter says gain a damage multiplier equal to a percentage of the raised skeleton effect, and you gaining a damage multiplier increases your minions' damage. That's not a double dip. That is just a single thing functioning in the way that it should. Double dip is when you would get, when a thing would impact the equation more than once. You're using the Zir sword? No, because that's not a minion sword. It's a Army of the Dead sword. Think you'll get this D4 experience thing where you put your opinions on the current season. Oh, like a survey? I'm all set. Can you link the minion build after stream, please? It's in my Discord. It's in the description right now. Go check it out. Video makes me sad. Seems we both came to the same conclusion, albeit in different ways. Happy to be of service. You don't know the 300 extra damage? Yeah. If you watch my video, I mathematically prove why it's just strictly worse than using an actual weapon for your build. Additive, you have thousands and thousands of additive damage. Adding 300 more to it. The grandfather, so here's how it goes. The grandfather, even without masterworking, has more additive damage than Sanguivore. And grandfather doubles your minion damage, and Sanguivore doesn't. So like without even needing to break down all the math, just looking at the two items, it wouldn't make sense to use Sanguivore. So now is it maximum? Or if there's a minion build this season that doesn't rely on Mendeln? No, there is not. It is best for XP? Yes. Does it make activating priest? Yep. That's just not a double dip. Raise priest is an effect. Raise priest says your minions gain 50% damage multi. Blood Getters is an effect. Blood Getters says that you get 75% of the value of Raise priest as a buff for you. Anything that buffs you increases your minions damage. A double dip would be if somehow clicking Raise Skeletal Priest without Blood Getters gave your minions a buff and you a buff that then gave them a buff. This is just two effects that both increase your minions damage. That's why it's not a double dip. We use the term double dip a lot when we just mean a thing does what it says it does. So that's why I am being very pedantic. I would have to keep leveling this up to finish off the multi, which, like, I can do. That's fine. I woke up in a new Bugatti. Yep. Yepper doodle. Excuse me. Where am I getting my biggest increases here? Not really a lot of additive places for me to gain damage. I guess here. for a little bit. This is the largest additive. That one, that one. My build would be significantly stronger if my gloves and my boots had masteries on them. So I should probably go for that. Okay. Minion build good now, and why grandfather and not Zera's blade? Crace, thank you very much for the follow. You should watch that video linked right up there, but also we're not using grandfather anymore. The only build I haven't tried to gear up for is Bone Spirit. Still a fun build in your opinion? I haven't played it this season, but it should still be fun, sure. How do minions feel so far? They feel good. Are you still blighting or back to minions? Well, I have 13 minions on screen. So luckily, this is minions. Luckily for us, we're at minions. Okay, how long am I willing to try to roll these for? That's the question on everybody's mind right now. I could also do spiked armor, which is like not nothing. I also need to be like less slightly sarcastic. Like it just makes people feel bad. I really need to stop. Note to self. Fucking quit it. What am I gaining? People think I'm an asshole. Well, it's not people think I'm an asshole. I was an asshole to someone. That's not particularly valuable for me. How long will this take? Bada bang, bada boom, baby. It's really that simple. It's really that simple.
Here's a good one. More there than I thought.
Sure. You called 3, let's go. Looking at service and sacrifice and thought it looked good since most minion builds rely on mages or golem. Then I noticed that might make it difficult to keep 7 minions alive. Yeah. I think service and sacrifice is an unusable aspect. Nah, Jason, I could just answer your question. So, like, all right. Here's the context. Somebody asked, just got back, are we still blighting or are we on minions? My first, most sarcastic thought is, if we're not on minions and I'm surrounded by minions, then we're in a fucked up place. So this should be inferable. But the thing you're doing is looking to make sure that you have not assumed an incorrect reality. The very thing that, like, I seemingly attempt to espouse, which is like a good thing for people to do. So why be a dick? And the answer is, my heart wants me to be a dick. My heart wants me to be an asshole.
There is magic in all
That's
things.
not a good thing,
Let me show you.
but my heart wants it. So, I should probably just not be an asshole. I appreciate you being willing to give me the pass. I truly, truly am. I'm being a dickbag.
I'll keep my
Now, for my gloves. 13 is 39 is 50 is 64. 64, 39. I would need like one more attack speed. Yeah. Okay. Gloves. Damage aspect or extra minion on amulet. What is the context, Daniel? You have a spicy side, you like it? Oh, yeah, dog. No, I'm an asshole. I really, truly am. And this isn't in like a kind of cute and mysterious way. Like a, yeah, I can be kind of spicy sometimes. No, I'm just kind of an asshole. And like, nobody asked for that. You know what I mean? Like nobody was like, hey man, be a dickbag to me. They were like, hey man, that's rude. So I just can't do it all the time. That's what it is. I can't do it all the time. It's not cool. Okay, so here I need corpse tendy size. Ma'am. Ma'am, if I may.
My hammer sings on your return.
If you and Rax both gave it the old college try, who would be the bigger dick? Between Rax and I? Who would be the bigger dick? If we were being our most honest selves, I think it would be Rax. But I think that Rax has a higher patience for their humility. But if we're talking about a thing where Rax can't try to deny that he is an expert at it, I could see Rax being a bigger dick. But it would be close. It would be real close. The minion build. For the build that you're looking at right now, you want Occult Dominion for 2. Like 2 instead of 3. You do not want to put it on your amulet because we're also using a golem. Is there going to be a following build to this on Discord? This build's already on Discord. So you can go see that right now. Okay, perfect roll on crit again. Big, huge. Now just give me tendril size. Please. Please, one time for the city. Thank you. Thank you from the city.
Magic is neither good nor evil. I may
Now, how many rolls do we think this will take for me to get mages? Even if it just had crit damage right now, that would actually be better than what I currently got going on. When you think we'll get Malthael double scythe as unique, things like that are just no-brainers. When do I think we'll get Malthael scythe as an item? I don't know the lore. DXT, thank you so much for the follow. +1. Let's go, baby! So sorry, I know who Malthael is. I don't know if their weapon would still exist in universe. Heyman, thank you so much for this gift sub. Enjoy your free head. It's that easy. I don't understand, everybody. Like, what's your deal? It's that easy. Good enough. Good enough to use. Excuse me.
My magics await your return.
What is the better way to take rings and amulets with GA? What is the better way to take them? A stretch? What, 5 hours into my stream? You want me to stretch? Okay. What is the better way to drop rings and amulets with GA? There is no way. You just want to be farming on world tier 4. Well, you know what? There is a better way. Getting your seasonal questline turn-ins and getting the caches drop a ton of greater affix items. I think needs to change the darkness build to the top again, other than a bug. At the top again, I don't agree that darkness builds need to be the best builds, so I guess foundationally I'll answer this question a little bit differently. The major issue right now is that Overpower is the most dominant damage scaler in the game, and damage over time builds already can't crit, and they also can't overpower. On top of that, at least for the Necromancer, there's not legitimate scaling available outside of Wither. Wither is our only scaler. You might be like, well, that's kind of good enough. We don't have a key passive. We don't really have an ultimate. That's unfair. I'll drop that one. We don't really have a key passive. And there's only one darkness focused board. Everything else requires you to engage with blood mechanics or only scales crit damage. So our Paragon needs to be reimagined. We need to not have two different Paragon boards for minions. And darkness needs to be able to gain access to either increasing the rate at which our damage is dealt. We just need more scalers. Like, we just can't scale as hard because there aren't as many, and we can't overpower, so we don't have a free source of damage. That rune to create wolves isn't an option in mini build. They're not minions, they're summons. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. You know what? I'll run ads now, though. See, I'm trying to be considerate. There's only so much I can do to minimize the ads. Yo, we have more likes on the stream than people viewing on YouTube. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Can you switch to Necro Minion build, or is it still early? Can you swap to it? Yeah, of course you can. It's already a very strong build. All right, we out here. Can they do T4 content smoothly? Yes, absolutely. Okay. All right, so now that we're here, we have more mastery points on each one. On tiers 80 and 85, I always die with explosion monsters and field damage. I don't know how to survive this. On what build, Roxy? You need to be armor capped, res capped, have fortified status up, have permanent barrier up. I'd be able to survive pit damage. But you also just like can't stand in on death explosions, especially when they overlay one another. So that was tier 80, pretty easy. Do 85. 11k life. You need at least like 5,000 more life, preferably more. Bone Spear should be somewhere up around like 20-something thousand life as a reference point. Like me on 16k here is actually fairly low. You can't find any mini builds? Yep, I have one in my Discord. You can go check it out there. Oh no! Alright, we'll just... Oh no, because without Titans this is gonna suck. It's just, it's such a good map. Let's finish this off and then... It sucks so bad. Zoop. Do they really not have a golem? What? My build planner has a golem. I refuse to not use a golem. But the best build does not use golem. Damage reduction is huge in Paragon. We just don't really have a lot of places to gain damage reduction in Paragon. The only one would be Scent of Death, really. There's also Bloodbath, but you can't use that on the build. Right here, can you please not have aggro? Please, my guy? Dear bad man. Please get pulled in. Thank you. Jesus Christ. Sir, 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 sir. This is the exact reason why I refuse to play without a golem. Look at all my minions just attacking fucking nobody. Is this dead end down here? Don't know, say. Yeah, we can just leave. Sure. Why you don't use pride on your merc seems wasteful. Why I don't use pride on my merc? Pride is pretty bad on your merc. You actually just want your merc to be applying crushing blow. I actually did a whole synopsis on why everybody is wrong about using beast and pride on their mercenaries, as well as fortitude. How do you get more XP? HP? You get better gear, you get more paragon levels to be able to pick up more maximum life nodes. You masterwork your gear, put maximum life on every piece of gear you can. Would you be willing to give me a 20-second update on how minions changed from last season? How did minions change from last season? They are stronger now. They interact with Zan runes, so they can overpower during that window, although Mendel can't. So that's still kind of an issue. No, I had this like very long, I had this like multi-week long, just like research-a-thon about Diablo 2 Fishymancer build, because pride just never made sense to me because your skeletons just don't do damage, so why does it matter? Also, I was trying to solve for the build's issue, which is that it can't farm on higher player count, or at least not effectively, because Corpse Explosion doesn't scale. And I was trying to find ways to, you know, change that. And I thought, you know what does scale? Monsters' damage. So Thorn scales in higher player settings. These monsters literally do more damage. Although they don't do as much damage as they gain maximum life, but, you know, what can you do, sue me? Bramble was fun. I really like the inclusion of Bramble. It's like so good against bosses. And it feels like it legitimately helps with the buttering up of enemies so that Corpse Explosion can actually clean. Loaded Dog, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs out to the community. That's huge. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You subscribe to a bad content creator. You're a real
I
one.
want to try to use Zan, but I don't know how I would fit it on other than dropping Frenzied Dead. Maybe that's okay. I could drop Frenzied Dead, or I could drop Blood Moon Breaches. Dropping Blood Moon Breaches would make it easier to reach armor and res cap. You can also get mage ranks on pants, right? Oh, this was a poor decision. This was a poor decision.
You subscribe to a bad content creator.
Thank you so much, Loaded
one.
Dog. That's crazy. Thank you for the support. Having a smoke? Alrighty. Enjoy. All that calculate all day and it's taking forever to clear an 85? I think you have very interesting expectations for what builds do. All day to clear an 85 is like clearing it with 5 minutes to go. I also like the idea that like you spent a lot of time theory crafting just for the build to output damage at a rate. like a very funny way about thinking about the universe. All right, 85 done. Not bad. Not bad at all. All that time just for the build to do damage and clear the pit you were running? I know. Also, we already know that minions do tier 100 already. So don't you fret. Am I maxed on this yet? Close. I should buy better Blood Moon breaches, I guess. How are minions feeling? Very good. Ooh, do I not need the attack speed there? $33.6. Okay. So they are at 13, which is 39. Let's just make sure I'm doing the math right. 39. 39. 50. 64.5. Oh, I very slightly need a little bit more attack speed. Because that is 58, 59.1. Wait, hold on. 58, 59.1. 80, 98. Yeah, I would be missing... I would need 2.5 attack speed, which would be here. This is now 50, 61. 61 is, yeah. So I technically need this attack speed right here. Let's try this with another multi. Instead of the attack speed. The attack speed is helping though, it's kind of a thing. You can't use Lucian. Why do I have 106 attack power? Because I have a lot of things that grant generic damage multis. But attack power doesn't mean anything. Literally, don't look at this at all. It does not mean anything. It doesn't relate to anything. It is not a measurement of your build. It is not good. We have unblocked Crown of Lucian. Oh, cool. Fixed an issue where Crown of Lucian was only granting its bonus to active player skills rather than all damage. On minions? No, not on minions. You gain too much from Air Prediction. Crown of Lucian is very good on builds that don't need critical strike chance. Use Soul Rift Ultimate? I am. You should only need one crit additive to be able to reach the multi, though. Daniel, at least with the high enough level essence. Oh, and I did that without Titan's Fall active. Oops. Well, I was doing like half my damage, so that's pretty good. I like that Titan's Fall is just nearly double your damage. That's pretty cool. Why the Bone Prison? To gain access to its damage multiplier. Enemies inside a Bone Prison when you cast it take 15% additional damage for 8 seconds. Hey y'all, that tier 85 I just did, I did it without Titan's Fall active, so that's pretty cool. I'd say that's pretty cool. So let's go for another one. We do... Can I do a 90? This is going to be pushing it, but let's see. So I'm going to put this in manually, so I can't screw it up. Titan's Fall. There we go. Demons with Wolves is fine. Yeah, sure. Ugh. Minions got feared. Demons might actually be a no start here. Yep. Costo. Cheers from Croatia. Thank you so much for the 20 big ones, friend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That is insanely generous. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, man. Yo, be good, hybrid. Don't pet the sweaty things and don't sweat the petty things. I like that. Vampires and snakes. Insert, but what if I want to joke. I wonder how much better this goes if I rock. Just Cax instead. Or Zan instead, rather. We use a two-handed sword or scythe. The scythe additive does help Mendel. Also, the additive doesn't really matter. We want to use a mace probably once Mendel can overpower. But at least for right now, a scythe is better than a sword because the base damage is higher. The additive damage is negligible at best. Okay, we've regained timer. Summon Tempers help Mendel. Yep. Can't for the life of me figure out where I'm getting 4% crit chance from. I took off all my crit gear and talents. Dex says 12. I have 16. You have Shroud of False Death on? Also, you do have a base 5% chance to crit. Everybody does. Also, the Bone Prison does stop enemies that normally try to run away from being able to run away, which is pretty sick. Like these shaman, they always try to run away from you. Come along, everybody. I like my one skeleton down there literally ruining this game for me. That's pretty sick, dude. Yeah, man, keep fighting that one guy. There we go. A dead end? You shouldn't have. He just had his own personality? Sure. We love that for him, truly. But it would be pretty radical. We could all just get in the bag. You mother trucker, you silly Billy. You little scoundrel. I wonder if dying turns off Titans. I don't think I could kill the boss in 2 minutes. But if I didn't die, I think I have this clear. We'll see how long it takes to kill the boss. We are running into the thing I don't have the patience for, which is pit pushing on minions. Just saw your video about Varshans because I read the PC Gamer article mentioned you. For some reason, YouTube has been showing me your videos. Oh, it's interesting. Well, hey, welcome back on in. I would just say double check that you're subscribed to the channel if you want to be. But yeah, thanks for checking out the video. Yeah, it's my boy Tyler wrote up that article. Shoutouts to Tyler. Oh, hold on. Our damage is absolutely cracked. Oh, we absolutely had this if I didn't die. Go kill this man. There we go. Even with dying, we're actually fairly close here. Oh, yeah, we absolutely had this. Oh, yeah, dog. Yeah, we need what, like 1 more minute? We do have to clear out this trash, which is the only thing that sucks about running this build. Well, it's not the only thing that sucks about running minions, but it's definitely one of the largest reasons why I personally dislike playing minions. So I need 2 minutes. I need 2 minutes faster than what I did. Oh, my minions need to not fucking go fight other stupid stuff. Which is what happens. Like, look at how much damage my minions are dumping into things that do not matter. Okay. Yeah, we'll run another one. Although I do want that recording. Like his minion build in chat. It's in my Discord. It's in the description. End of tier 90. But highlights the issues with minions. Okay. Minion Necro is very squishy, not good for high pit. The only thing limiting its pit clear is damage output. Anonymous, thank you so much for the gift sub. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Think that's cool? Awesome. Thank you, Lumina. Immuna, sorry. I'm in a PC Gamer article. Although sadly that tech now doesn't exist. What is the best Necro build after patch? The same. Bone Spear. If I manually cast Curse, why can't you just have a damn minion build? You can. I'm confused by the question. A good one? It is a good one. Like, minions currently do pit tier 100. That is an exceptional feat. Exceptional feat. That's low. It's super not. You are misconstruing outlier strongest of the strongest S tier builds with something that most builds cannot hope to accomplish. That's all I got. All the other classes, not all the other builds. And you're talking about 6 builds. $90 is very good. 100 is exceptional. Above that is S tier. Yellow maps? No. Minions can run tier 16. S tier builds can juice them. Isn't MacroBioBoi minions though? Yeah. It's like our 3rd or 4th strongest build. I want my minions in T17s. Okay. Is Bone Spear doable on hardcore? Yeah. I mean, you have to know how to play the build. The life drain doesn't matter because you should always be overpowering, and you should always be overpowering because you should always be attacking a monster in a bone prison. If you wouldn't be playing at a high enough consideration to be doing that, then it might not be a good hardcore build for you. Yeah. Like, I hate this so much. Just like put this out there. I hate this part of the mentality of video games, okay? These are the 8 strongest builds in the game. Strongest builds in the game. There are 8 of them. Here is how many more builds there are. Okay? These are the 8 strongest builds in the game. The strongest builds in the game. This one is snapshotting. This one was due to the thing. Are topping out sub 115. Ray's skeleton is running 100. These builds can do over 105. These builds can do over 95. These builds can do over 85. This many builds all clear insanely high pit tiers. If A tier is bad, if literally not the best, but the second best is bad, I have like an upsetting thing to tell you about the Olympics. I have something very interesting to tell you about competitive sports. I don't need to convince you. I'm just saying it's a wild expectation to have. But they're not even saying 8 to 10 is good. They're saying 10 is good, everything else is bad. That's just like fucking insane. The only place where that's true is in like reviews for restaurants because KPIs are terrible. And it's just wild. Is Blood Moon enough to keep curses on the mobs? You can. And we're gonna try to. I don't like it. Why take out Ring of Starless Skies from the Blood Spirit build? For the speed farming setup, because I need a different aspect combination. But on the base setup, you still use it. Wouldn't a build that is strong enough to do 105 plus also have a much easier time running lower? Yeah, of course. Unless it gets so low that you automatically kill everything and you can't reset your cooldowns. But that wasn't part of the conversation. That's just a truth. We're gonna give it a go. And I guess I use Igni. Yeah.
Quite the challenge, eh?
Oh, oh. Please die. Or do I run Overpower and then Nagu for the other, or Igni for the other one, is the question. Actually, have anything for best return on investment builds, like builds that are easy to put together for a high tier? We do not. In our build like breakdowns, we'll discuss how like gear intensive it is if it's a selling point. But attempting to define investment is just kind of hard. Minions are such great levelers because they're very powerful without good gear to start off with. Even with Uber Uniques, minions are very bad. Minions aren't bad. You're just fucking uninformed. And it's starting to piss me off, honestly. It's kind of crazy. Doing a pit tier 100 before these buffs is not a bad build. You have a wild expectation of build output, and it's fucking weird. It just is. It's just weird. One of the strongest A tier builds cannot be defined as very bad. I'm sorry, my guy. It's just like not how words get used or mean things. Minions have plenty of problems, but their base ability to output damage and clear the pit is not one of them. Update bring the Varshan Necro? It did, yes. Oh yeah, the change to Kalan's Edict was absolutely bananas level insane. Oh, fuck me. That's what I get for reading. Presumably bad for game health if implemented here, but I missed it 2 times. Simulacrum, bones, spears. That's what I get for reading, chat. Hello? Homeboy got me with the... Dude actually almost just killed me because he got me with the okie doke. That's actually crazy work. The triple lightning goes crazy. Why can't we be back when minions were S tier? Because like things, I don't know, it doesn't matter. I don't understand why tier matters, honestly. That's my major issue. Like all games are an ecosystem where the meta defines the relative comparative strength of things and what they accomplish. The lightning damage is still crazy, my guy. Man. I'm over cap on light. I don't know what's up with that. I'm seriously considering Scent of Death. Is it better to use a two-handed scythe? Two-handed scythe. Did the update break? Yes, you already answered that. Good job, Mac. Congratulations in the past. Yeah. There are things that minions are bad at doing. You can't target with them. It's probably like the biggest issue with them. So they're bad at doing the middle layer bosses. And they also get CC'd, so they can be frustrated. So you have to like play in a way that minimizes their ability to kind of screw you in that regard. Their raw output. Also, they do make like a really good lazy speed farming build as well. Yeah. What boss powers am I using? I'm using Beastmaster, Wandering Deaths, Execute, Harbingers, and I'm using Lord's Ears for lucky hit chance. We're able to solo endgame bosses. Oh, guys, it can clear pit tier 100. There's nothing in this game harder to do than a pit tier 100 other than just a higher pit tier. Like, to give you an idea, bosses are scaled at Torment 4. Torment 4 unlocks at tier 55. Tier 55? Tier 50? I don't even remember anymore. Tier 55. Pit tier continues to scale. You have to double your damage, basically, every 5 pit tiers. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm doing 8 doublings of damage more than what's required to get into Torment 4. Bosses do not continue to scale. They are harder than base Torment 4, but they don't continue to scale after that point. No, I understand you're not trying to piss me off. It's the thing I'm running into is one. I mean, this has nothing to do with you. I have just been only answering the same 5 questions now for 7 hours, and that just gets rough. There's no other way around it. Just gets rough. But the thing that I am very slightly confused about is why there would be confusion about minions. They were already doing pit tier 100 and now they are just stronger. Have to remember, not everybody has that context, else they wouldn't be asking questions. Oh, I should probably put in the thing. I should be blessed that people want to come here to get the answer to the question that they have. But also Homeboy saying that they're bad is really fucking tilting me. It's just like such a wild like misunderstanding of comparative strength. Like, I'm playing the weakest version of the build. I literally just took the first 3 masterwork crits I got. My glyphs are nowhere near 100. I'm only Paragon 227. And like using this as a data point when there's already stronger data points out there. And I'm trying 3 different like testing like vectors for damage output. And like the data already exists that already counteracts the argument. It's just, it's fucking sending me. Absolutely sending me. Got me on full tilt. Where can you see this build? It's in my Discord. The descriptions, links in the description. Just full sending me. Like, I'm trying to fit in 3 things that the build wasn't trying to fit in previously. Using a golem, which is just strictly worse, but I refuse to play without it. And have not piloted this build this season in the end game. Why am I not resetting cooldowns? Okay, there we go. That was interesting. I don't know how I'm feeling about the... I think we'll see it more on a boss. What makes a lexicographical comparisons different than alphabetical? Lexicographical. Lexicon as to mean a thing that is used to describe like a speech, and graphical versus alphabetical or lexicographical. I don't know what lexicographical is, and I'm trying to understand the root of it, like a lexicon, right? So this is... Are lexicographical languages which do not use characters, but instead use, like, pictographs? What does lexicographical mean? Oh, danger ops. Context matters, which you're admitting for fun. Oh, I will not answer the question unless I know what the words mean. That is not fun for me. No, please walk into here. You get last on which ones are the best. Well, luckily we have build guides for you on max roll. There we go, sirs. Welcome on in. Excuse you? Oh, okay. Try to pit 75 this in. The nerf to Flesh Reaper main seems significant. Yes. Still recommend it with a dot build or swap to something else. You would swap to something else. You would just swap to regularly applying dots as opposed to using Flesh Reaper. Basically, you swap, you take off a Cursed Touch and you put back on a damage multi, probably like Great Feast. And then you swap out that power for the one that says when you would cast a shadow skill, trigger it. That's the updated on the 29th. Well, the boss powers aren't going to change from then. But that one's being updated today. Well, over these 24 hours as we're testing things. But boss powers haven't changed at all. Lexicographical order, often called dictionary order, is a method of ordering items like words, numbers, or sequences based on their characters or digits. It's to do with how characters and numerical value constructs are processed, so depending on the order of the given collection, processing the order may not matter. Interesting. I don't fully understand the concept. Lexicography is the study of lexicons in the art of compiling dictionaries. To graph a lexicon. How... I guess I'm still confused, so... What does it mean to lexicographically order a thing? Renegades, thank you for the follow. Dying in pit 90 was my answer to this build. Alright, boss.
Quite
I do not recommend taking singular data points and drawing conclusions based off of them. That's how you end up with bum science. What up, Sirach? How we doing? I'm trying the thing you said. I'm trying to run Pants as the source of curse. And running Igni on Zan and Ahu on Cax. And I think as long as I stop dying to just like overlapping lightning damage, I should already be doing pit tier 90. Pretty low glyph levels. Like, what the fuck? I mean, one part of the thing that one part of the issue that we're running into is Soul Rift, right? Soul Rift has an issue where its barrier drops at its 8-second duration, even if the skill is still going. So, like, that's definitely part of it. And obviously, the lack of DR on the build is also pretty rough. So, do I just run Scent of Death? Like, do I just soak up the difference and run Scent of Death over Frailty? I would get more DR. I would actually get significantly more DR, but I would lose the ability to run some res, which would obviously be a little bit bad. Highly considering using CDR Reapers. To what end? Nagu felt pretty good. The only thing I didn't like about Nagu is it just kind of like pops randomly, right? Guess that's not really an issue. The major issue is that like, what do you run Nagu on? Because running it on Zan doesn't actually increase the window for overpower unless they fix that in this patch. I am done with these vampires. You don't have to apologize. Me not having the capacity to engage with the thing that you're saying is not something you need to apologize for. I also just can't have incredibly in-depth conversations while I'm trying to do a pit push. And also just like playing any build on controller is just worse. What up, Chungus? So many numbers, lots of numbers. Too many numbers, probably. Also, my minions getting scared and running away is like absolutely sending me through a panic spiral. It's kind of funny how like inconsequential all these things are until you're trying to do a pit push. Fuck are y'all fighting? Stop fighting it. Lose attack speed. I'm already like my gear is pretty poorly GA'd, and we would have enough attack speed for each cap. I also am currently using Frenzied Dead as a multi. Where are you going? Why are you running? But like, the moment that a dude has 2 lightning things on it, it's just like, it's over. The damage output is just kind of nuts. How much HP? I have 16k. Just short of 16k. I'm missing a max life set in Blood Begets Blood because I just don't have the points for it right now. Grandfather advisable for... It's no longer the best in slot weapon. It's a decent weapon, though, if you don't have a better weapon. Goodbye, minions. Always loved you. I also think I just need to double up on my corpse tendril size temper as opposed to getting blight size. Or I think I have soul rift duration or something. Well, no, I like the soul rift duration. Almost died. Oh no, man. No, actually that's okay. We don't hate her. It's actually kind of fine now that I think about it. Hello, ma'am. Oh, I'm getting real shaky. Oh, I needed food. All right, cool.
Nice.
Hello, sir. Oh, I'm very, 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 very shaky. Okay. Can I get rid of Greg? Nah, I'm not going to get rid of Greg. What's the best way to get runes? Kill bosses and do Undercity. Minions better after the patch? Yes. Okay, I'll be right back. Hold on. It is Valen. Just go back to the pit push version of it. Minions are a great leveling build. An early game progression build. Wife isn't the best at games. Reliable endgame build. I need you to define what reliable endgame build means to you. In very specific detail. Thorn's Barb is chill. I'm not sure how good Thorn's Barb is doing this season. Can she run most high-level content? So she is bad at games, but you want her to be able to push pit. I don't think she should be playing minions. With you, that's a very different reality. What build are you playing? Minions is a very casual friendly low tier build. It is the least casual friendly high tier build. You're running Blood Spear.
More loyal friends you'll not find.
I think you should recommend Sever, Blight, or Blood Surge. Since all three of those builds do not really require you to click anything other than the core skill itself and Soul Rift, Minions is the highest APM and probably close to like highest game knowledge and hardest to pilot well build that we have. Simply trying to find a decent build that's easy to play. Blood Surge, Blight, Sever. Those are your easy to play good builds. How do I feel about what I currently have on display? I kind of want to try one more, but with Nagu. Is it Nagu Cax and Ahu Zan? Yes, Flesh Reapers has an internal cooldown now. So Blight swaps over to Hatred's Embrace. So you did Nagu Cax, Ahu Zan. How's Minion after patch? Slightly stronger than it was previously. As a favorite bossing in Pit, it'll probably top out somewhere around like Pit tier 102 or 103. I'm gonna do one more run. I'm gonna try out this. And then if I like this, I'm gonna swap out a board for Bloodbath. Am I? Actually, I'm probably not. Like, what would I swap out? Frailty? No. No, we need it to work on Mendel. Okay, I'm going to try it out with this. Minion season, don't you use the unique sword? No, it's not a minion sword. It's an Army of the Dead sword. I would watch this video. It was never a minion sword. And I guess I got to like make a bunch of like free money off of making videos covering it, but I really just fucking wish it wasn't talked about like it was a minion sword. It's caused nothing but confusion. Sword still bad? For minions, yes. Sword better for Army of the Dead? It's great for Army of the Dead. It's just terrible for minions. I mean, I need to build down to here is kind of the issue, right? It's like my next big step forward. It's just so many points of not really getting damaged, but at least I'm picking up intelligence. Yeah. I donate a 3G8 Blood Moon Breaches to your cause. No, thank you. I could buy it from you. Like if it has Golem Mastery, Hellbent, and a high roll, I would buy that from you. Lucky Monstrosity, not worth it? No, because that would only increase the damage of one of our minions. Titanfall, you're so right. One day I won't have to remember to put in a skill point at the beginning of every run. Oh, I also get into this weird place where I forget to hit Raised Skeleton, like a bunch. And Nagu Cax kind of fucks, huh? Was there an Army of the Dead build this few seasons ago where the goal is just spam army and nothing else? Yeah, no, that's still a build. And they added in a sword for it that is very, very strong, and that's the Sanguivore Song sword. The only issue is that it also then turns the gameplay loop into consuming 20 corpses every 7 seconds. And it feels really bad to do that. Yeah, Nagu Cax actually kind of slaps. It's like a really, really big multi every so many seconds. What up, Chakra? How you doing? Timesfall fall off between floors? I don't believe so. If it does, that would be kind of hilarious. But there's like, you would have to take out, what, 3 points, and then put in one at the beginning, and then put in another one, and then put in another one. Which key passive am I using? Kalan's Edict, the minion build. No, you stupid, dumb, idiot baby. I also don't know if it falls off if you die. But that was on me. I just didn't cast Soul Rift like I'm an idiot. That one I really can't blame anybody else for. I just forgot to click it. Wrathman's not worth it? No. You don't overpower enough, and overpower doesn't apply to Mendeln damage. Mendeln can't overpower currently. But Wrathman's also gets you all the attack speed that you need to be able to max out Cult Leader. I love this forested map when I have, what's his name? You know, the guy. Dubo. Sorry, phone froze here. Did you try the hybrid blood sphere bone means is also shooting bone spheres? Have I tried it? No, I have not. It would be bad in comparison to just not using the minions. There's not really a reason. We have to see how this looks against, like, just a boss, but this is kind of fucking. Huge gains. What up, Satan? Den Mother again? Damn. Alright. That's kind of fine. Oh, we are kind of hurting this lady's feelings, huh? Oh yeah, not having to wait on Ahu for Cax procs is kind of huge. Where's the build? It's in my Discord. And the max roll guide will be updated either tonight or tomorrow. Why is my Soul Rift uptime somehow worse now? Oh, the curse is dropping off of her when she goes invisible. Ma'am? Dude, that's fucked. Alright, we'll do one more. This does feel better, but yeah, that feels a lot better. How does Titan's Fall fall off? Titan's Fall isn't recognized unless you put a point into it when you load into a zone. Like when you load into the pit for whatever reason. It is bugged. I want more attendee size. I actually can't afford it. You change skills in the pit. You can very specifically put a skill point in, but you can't take them out. So, here's what you do. Take one out before you walk in. You do that. Bada bing, bada boom, you're in. If the boss doesn't go anywhere, I could probably afford to not run Soul Rift duration, but when things like the Den Mother exist, I think I need it. Sirs, can you all please fight the thing I want you to fight? Nice haircut. Thank you. I did it myself. Oh, minions are already clearing pit tier 100. I refuse to not use the golem. So I'm trying out a bunch of different things now that we're using like a two-hander, and I think it's like what damage multi. I mean, I would add. I know what damage multi I would add instead of frenzy. I would just add sorry. I would add on blood getters, so 37.5, and then just move the other aspect over. Well, one-shots bosses before was great. Oh, when it would just walk up and smack with holy bolts? Yeah. That wasn't a real thing, though. That was unintended scaling. A seasonal mechanic. That was never really your minions doing that. Oh, hey now. Can we pull this man? Sir, you're coming with me? Sir, you're coming with me? Why is lightning always so rough? No idea. It like must hit over multiple frames, or like it must not apply DR properly. It has always been a problem. It's never been acknowledged. Every single season it's just like, how come lightning as well as the shocking and the charge bolts always just do the most insane damage? Never gets addressed. Never even gets recognized as like a thing that we've asked about. It's one of the more infuriating things about, like, I know so much about this game. I cannot explain to you why lightning always appears to overperform and why it has never been addressed. Even if it was just the devs that came out and said like, no, y'all are just wrong, I'd be like, okay, at least I know somebody has thought about this thing. But like, look at that. Nothing else even vaguely comes close to that damage output. It's truly insane. Like, it absolutely must scale, like it must double dip on the scaling from elite affixes or something. Because at least one time they said, oh, things were scaling from elite affixes more than we expected them to. That was some, I forget what season that was. We were like, oh snap, is this gonna fix lightning? And then it was just like the very next season, it was just like, oh, lightning's insane again. Am I gonna try Doom? I don't really play Doom. I'm not really like a Doom player. I don't have anything against Doom. I just like have never really played the game. My understanding is that like Dark Ages Doom isn't that great. That is what I'm getting from the internet. Grandfather's build? Nope. We no longer use Grandfather on the build. Hello? Alright, I am going to wait the 15 seconds just to be able to have Soul Rift up. That's right. I'm a coward. Yo, Sonny with the 50
The big
months!
5-0 MacroBio dab.
Why is it Den... Hey, y'all. How many times am I going to fight the Den Mother today?
I have your back, friend.
How dare you, ma'am? In the corner? Do we have little guys around? We do. Ma'am. Okay. I do think that that ends up being a bit better. So... Tier 90 faster. Can't find the build in Discord. Discord, Diablo 4, build guides, minion. Oh, it might need this now. There you go. Oop. And talking about that build guide, let's update it a bit. We are doing Ahu Zan. And we are doing Nagu. Nagu Cax. What the fuck you wearing, bro? It's tacky. Not yet on Bloodwave Guide. We have a Bloodwave Guide on Max Roll. How could Grandfather get power crept? Grandfather didn't get power crept? Well, hold on, let me back up. Minions was the only build Grandfather was used on in Necromancer. And it was only because we didn't have any multis that would be bigger than it. So I guess it did get power crept, but it was power crept a very long time ago. Minions be great at spamming bosses? No. Minions are fine on bosses that are just a single target that you just kill. So like Belial, they're fine on Belial. Do I think I have right of it? What the f you wearing, bro? It's tacky. Oh, I guess I should try one more, but swap these aspects. Yeah, the invulnerable portals are gross. Do not do Harbinger. PJ May, thank you so much for the follow. What time is it? Ooh, it's 9:44. Okay, I have to end stream because we have to go to the gym, and I have to eat food before we go to the gym. Do not. Daniel is lying. Sunny, thank you again for the 50 months. Varshan nerf? Varshan was not nerfed. Flesh Reapers was given an internal cooldown. Okay. I'm gonna do all right. I gotta go to the gym. I have to eat dinner and then I have to go to the gym. And then later on, I'm gonna try another thing. The thing I'm gonna try is right now I have Frenzied Dead on the build to be able to get a couple breakpoints for my minions. I'm not sure that that's good enough, so I'm probably going to swap Great Feast over to my ring and then put Blood Getters here for 37.5. And see how this build feels with another nearly 40% increased damage. Yeah, so that's why I'm going to try it. So if you see the build guide change, that's why. All right, y'all. Could you call you a cab? I cannot. All right, let's go find somebody to raid y'all over to. Thank you so much for hanging out. I'm going to put out all my findings in a video. So if you missed any of it, I'll be putting it out. This build would be strictly better with sacrificing Golem. I can't stress that enough. Strictly better. Strictly better. I just refuse to play without it. So. Who else is streaming? My boy Dioxide is, though. Yeah, we're gonna go hang out with Dioxide. I appreciate y'all. Hope we're able to answer your questions. Hopefully you know Sanguivore sucks. Seriously, fuck Sanguivore. And let's go raid over to Dioxide. All right, y'all. As always, auf Wiedersehen, au revoir, arrivederci, sayonara, so long, ciao, kapkun, krap, sawadee, gute Nacht, hasta mañana. Tomorrow will probably be still messing around with minions. I want to like really hammer down anything that might be a little bit different, but I might put out the build guide tonight. Who knows? I might have the energy. We also have to end stream a little bit early tomorrow because I do have D&D, so I'm going to be going out to that. Love y'all. Treat yourselves well. Remember that it is not left versus right. We are truly not that much different from one another. It's us versus the oligarchs. It's us versus the billionaires. All right. This is a class war. You have to have class consciousness. The working class needs to stick together. We are not currently bereft millionaires. We are human beings that need to have empathy and love in our hearts. And it is not by selling our souls off to the oligarchs that we'll get there. They only want to divide us. You have to prove them wrong. You're not an idiot. You're not a sheep. Don't let them fool you. I appreciate y'all. Have a good night. See you all tomorrow. Bye-bye. Cheers.